Welcome back, brothers, to Warhammer. Tonight we're diving into the lore of when the Minotaurs got invaded by a death guard and had their gene scene tainted. Before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. And I want to thank you guys for support. You've been killing it. Now, let's get to the madness.
The Daedalus crater did not drift through the void like a fortress. It hunted. Its bronze flanks caught the corpse light of distant stars and threw it back in dull, murderous glimmers. Its prow was a blunt instrument of war, layered with adamantium rams, lance batteries, macro cannon mouths, and sanctified scars where the void had failed to kill it. Around its hull, cherubim skulls and sensor spines turned in slow mechanical devotion, sniffing radiation, heat, psychic echo, and treachery. Its armor was the color of old blood beneath tarnished bronze. Its engines burned with the restrained fury of caged suns. Every deck inside it had been measured, consecrated, and redesigned for violence. Every corridor was a throat. Every blast door was a tooth. Every shrine was also a murder hole. Those who called it a monastery had never walked its deeper ways. A monastery offered silence, prayer, and contemplation. The Daedalus crater offered red-lit kill corridors where boarding parties would be funneled into interlocking bolter fire. It offered gravity wells that could break bones to paste. It offered pressure doors that could cut a charging man in half at the waist and leave his legs twitching in one compartment while his torso drowned in another. It offered reliquaries where skulls of defeated enemies stared from iron cages, their brow bones etched with campaign marks and writs of censure. It offered chapels where chapter serfs knelt beneath bronze statues of bull-headed angels and whispered litanies with shaking mouths, knowing that the warriors they served would spend their lives without a thought and call it proper accounting. Beneath the outer bastions lay the corridors of bronze and black iron, so narrow in some places that mortal armsmen had to pass in single file, yet wide enough for terminators to advance shield to shield when the blast partitions withdrew. The deck plates were ribbed for traction beneath ceramite boots. The walls bore the scars of old boarding drills, old mutinies, old purges. Gun servitors hung from alcoves in a half-sleep of stimulant haze and machine obedience, their weapon limbs folded against their torsos like the limbs of dead insects. Incense burners swung from chains above them, spilling bitter fumes over ammunition feeds and oath seals. The incense could not hide the ship's true scent: oil, hot metal, recycled sweat, old blood cooked into grates, human fear pressed into stone and steel over centuries of service. The fortress had many hearts, but only one throne. Asterian Moloch sat upon it in the strategium of the brazen labyrinth, immobile beneath the gaze of butcher slate projectors and tactical hololiths. His armor was not polished for glory. It was maintained for war. Bronze plate, dense and ancient, bore blackened rents where enemy blades had tried and failed to end him. Horned and crested, his war helm rested upon one arm of the throne like the skull of some slain beast. His spear stood beside him, upright in a locking cradle, its blade sheathed in a field of quiet, hateful light. He did not recline. He did not brood. He waited with the stillness of an execution block. Around him, the strategium worked. Casualty servitors clicked along brass rails with parchment rolls stitched into their pallid backs. Their mouths had been sewn open so they could recite losses without pause. One whispered ammunition expenditure in a dry, flensed voice. Another intoned the number of mortal crew who had died during the last void translation, their names reduced to deck, function, and cause. A third twitched as red wax ran from the sockets where its eyes had been, its cogitator spine overloaded by the constant flood of threat assessments scrolling across the hololithic displays. Every death became a mark. Every mark became a tally. Every tally became doctrine. Moloch watched the red light shift across the chamber. The hololith above the strategium pit showed the surrounding systems in shades of corpse blue, and arterial red. Quarantine moons blinked and vanished. Listening posts flickered from green to amber to black. Pilgrim routes became broken lines. Astropathic traffic spasmed in malformed bursts, each one rendered by the ship's Lex mechanics into fragments of warning, prayer, and animal panic. A Vox thrall dragged himself forward on augmetic knuckles, his legs replaced by a wheeled bronze plinth. Cables trailed from his skull into a cluster of receiving horns mounted along his spine. He stopped at the foot of Molok's throne and bowed so low his forehead struck the deck. "Lord Molok," the thrall rasped. "Astropathic fragment from watch station Caldrus. Signal purity corrupted. Message integrity failing." "Speak it." The thrall's jaw cracked as hidden pistons forced his mouth open wider than flesh allowed. The voice that came out was not his. It was wet, distant, choked by static and screaming. Moon sanctuaries silent. Pilgrim fleet argent reliquary venting atmosphere. Bodies expelled through devotional locks. Not dead. Repeat, not dead. They are singing in vacuum. They are singing with split throats. Emperor preserve us. Emperor preserve us. Emperor preserve us. The thrall convulsed. Blood ran from both ears. His body sagged against the plinth, but the machinery held him upright. Another astropathic flare burst across the hololith. A frozen world on the edge of the sector blinked red, then black. A second Vox thrall spoke without being addressed. "Relay from Quarantine Moon, Iaxa Minor. Population under seal. Priests report plague signs among the dead. Dead report plague signs among the living. Last transmission follows." The chamber filled with coughing. Not words, not screams, just coughing. Wet, layered, innumerable. It came through the Vox grills and overhead speakers until even the servitors seemed to hesitate in their tallying. There were men in that sound, thousands of them, perhaps millions, their lungs tearing, their throats filling, their final breaths reduced to a choir of meat and fluid. Under it all, barely audible, came the tolling of bells. Ivanus Encomi stood in the strategium pit below the throne, Crozius resting against his shoulder, skull helm turned toward the hololith. The Reclusiarch wore black and bronze, his armor draped in oath papers, flayed script strips, and devotional chains. He was a preacher, but not of mercy. He was the voice that reminded the Minotaurs what they were when rage threatened to become wasteful. He had buried brothers without tears, condemned worlds without pause, and blessed executions in the name of necessity. "The Carrion sons announced themselves poorly," Encomi said. Molok's eyes remained on the hololith. "Not poorly, deliberately." "Agreed." The Reclusiarch turned his skull helm toward the chapter master. Red lenses burned in the hollow sockets. "The Death Guard do not hurry. They do not spend warriors for empty theater. They rot the lock before they touch the gate. They foul the cup before the feast is offered. They do not attack without some deeper infection already sown." A tactical servitor in the pit began to shriek. Its cogitator stack burst in a spray of sparks and grey matter. The mortal adepts closest to it flinched away, then froze as Minotaur helms turned toward them from the chamber walls. Fear was permitted. Disorder was not. Molok rose. The movement changed the chamber more than any alarm. Conversations died. Servitors clicked to stillness. Armsmen at the doors straightened as though hooks had been driven into their spines. The chapter master descended from his throne one step at a time, bronze plate grinding softly. He took his helm from the throne arm and set it beneath one arm. His face, scarred and severe, showed neither anger nor surprise. There was no nobility in him, no warmth, no ornament of heroism. He was the shape imperial authority took when it had stopped pretending to be just. "Then we shall give them walls to die against," he said. The words passed through the strategium like a sentence of death. Orders followed. They did not need to be shouted. Molok's voice carried across command channels, relayed by Vox serfs, cogitators and command thralls, until it became the will of the ship. Exterior defense rings were to be armed. All mortal decks were to be locked. No evacuation, no civilian movement, no devotional processions, no petition for sanctuary. No armsman was to abandon his assigned corridor. No serf was to move between sealed zones without triple authorization from the deck prefect, armorium command, and apothecarian quarantine. Any mortal displaying fever, lesions, uncontrolled speech, devotional irregularity, or unexplained bleeding was to be shot first and inspected afterward. The mortal officers received the orders in silence. On deck Ferrum, 3,000 chapter serfs were herded into defense galleries behind blast shutters painted with old
campaign oaths. They wore flak armor over work robes, carried shotguns, laslocks, boarding pikes, and flame units older than their bloodlines. Many had been born in the ship's lower holds. Their fathers had polished Minotaur armor. Their grandfathers had loaded Minotaur guns. Their bones would feed the same vessel. A grey-haired deck prefect recited the command order, voice trembling only once. If breached, this deck will hold for 12 minutes. After 12 minutes, atmospheric purge will commence. Any man who leaves his station before purge will be executed by remote sentry or by Astarte's hand. Any man who holds until purge dies in service to the Emperor and the chapter. No one cheered. A young serf with scarred cheeks crossed himself with shaking fingers. The older man beside him slapped his hand down. "Stand straight," the older serf muttered. "Let the Bronze Lords see your spine before they spend it." In the armories, the Minotaurs made ready. The chambers were cathedral vaults of weaponry, lit by furnace light and servo-lumen glow. Tech Marines moved between ranks of warplate with sensors of sacred oil, their mechadendrites clicking in Binharic prayer. Chapter thralls hauled ammunition caskets on chain sledges. Loader servitors trembled under the weight of bolt shells, melter canisters, and plasma coils. The air was thick with heat and devotion. Terminator squads stood like statues of judgment beneath hanging icons of the bull. Armorers locked thunderhammers into power feeds and tested the crackling heads against blocks of condemned iron. Storm shields were raised and inspected for field integrity. Combi melters were loaded and sealed. Assault cannons spun through trial cycles, their barrels whining until the sound became a predator's purr. Chain fists woke in snarling increments, each tooth blessed, each motor oiled, each kill tally renewed in red wax. Sternguard veterans stood apart, their bolters open upon black stone tables. Specialist rounds were counted by hand. Kraken bolts, vengeance rounds, hellfire shells, dragonfire munitions. Each magazine was checked, marked and locked, with the care of a priest preparing relic bones for burial. No warrior spoke more than needed. Words wasted breath. Breath existed to carry orders. In the vehicle shrines, land raiders growled as their engines were roused by electro prayer. Spartan assault tanks squatted in their chains like caged beasts, Lascanon sponsons twitching as targeting spirits were appeased. Storm Talon gunships hung from launch clamps with folded wings and hungry assault cannons, their pilots already locked into half-trance communion. Macro cannon batteries along the outer hull rolled in their housings, gears grinding, ammunition elevators rising from the deep magazines with shells large enough to erase hab blocks. Teleportarium priests burned their palms on sanctified control lecterns and whispered calculations into machines that did not forgive imprecision. Far below, in sarcophagus vaults colder than death, the dreadnoughts awakened. It began with heartbeat monitors. One by one, green runes became amber. Amber became red. Ancient organs pulsed inside adamantium coffins. Entombed warriors dragged themselves upward from chemical sleep, and old dreams of battlefields long turned to dust. Sarcophagus lids hissed, restraint clamps unlocked. A venerable chassis stamped once, hard enough to crack the deck beneath its foot. "Enemy designation," growled Brother Hecaton, through a vox that sounded like stones grinding in a tomb. A tech marine bowed. Arch enemy, Death Guard, plague formation suspected, boarding action probable. The dreadnought's assault cannon rotated once. Acceptable. No one laughed. No one prayed for him. The dead of the chapter had awakened to kill again. That was prayer enough. Yet the greatest guard was not around Moloch's throne, nor around the armories, nor around the relic vaults where shattered banners and enemy skulls rested in iron reliquaries. It was around the Gene Seed Vault. The vault lay behind 7 sealed gates, each guarded by kill servitors, apothecarian brethren, and automated turrets linked to independent machine spirits. Its doors were black adamantium beneath bronze warding plates. No mortal hand was permitted upon them. No unhelmed breath was allowed within the outer sanctum. Even ranking captains lowered their weapons when approaching, not out of trust, but because the guns in the walls would pulp them into red vapor if they failed the rites. Inside, beneath stasis fields and cryogenic halos, slept the future of the chapter. Progenoid caskets lined the chamber in ordered ranks. Each glowed faintly behind frost-rimed glass. Each held inheritance drawn from death and prepared for war yet unborn. Here was the sacred meat of the Minotaurs. Here were warriors not yet made, victories not yet won, executions not yet delivered. Relics could be lost, ships could be repaired, armor could be reforged. Even Moloch, terrible as he was a weapon that might one day break. Gene Seed was continuation. Apothecary Daemon Ithro stood before the inner vault glass, helm maglocked to his belt, pale face washed in cold light. His narthecium rested along his forearm, reductor drill folded but ready. Around him, his brothers moved in silence, checking stasis pressure, purity seals, atmospheric filtration, and Auspex readings. Their vigilance was more severe than that of honor guards before a Primarch's tomb. A young janitor serf in a sealed mask whispered a prayer too loudly. Ithro turned his head. The serf froze. "Repeat the final line," said the apothecary. The serf swallowed. "From blood, duty. From duty, continuance." Again. "From blood, duty. From duty, continuance." Again. The serf's voice shook. "From blood, duty. From duty, continuance." Ithro watched him for a moment longer, then looked away. Fear changes cadence. Cadence reveals weakness. Weakness invites error. You will be reassigned after this cycle. The serf bowed his head, already knowing reassignment in the apothecarian during a plague alert often meant dissection under the name of caution. Above them, the first internal alarm sounded. It was not the clamor of battle stations. It was a thin, devotional chime from the astropathic choir sanctum. Then another. Then every vox in the gene vault whispered at once. 7 bells beneath the blood. Ithro's hand closed around his helm. In the sealed choir chamber near the strategium spine, the astropaths died in sequence. The chamber had been locked from the outside and warded by hexagrammic plates. The choir sat in a ring of restraint thrones, blind eyes sewn shut, skulls pierced by silver contacts, tongues blackened from sanctioned communion with the warp. Their attendants watched through armored glass as the first astropath arched in his chair. His mouth opened. No sound came out. His head swelled subtly beneath the skin, as though something behind his eyes was pushing outward. The skull burst. Not from pressure, not from a weapon. It split wetly from within, bone peeling back like petals, brain matter spraying across the restraint harness, and the astropath seated beside him. Something pale and worm-like writhed for half a second in the ruin before shriveling in the incense-thick air. The second astropath screamed. His head burst before the scream ended. The third began to laugh and vomit blood. His eyes, though sewn, bulged against the stitches. They ruptured. His skull followed. One by one, the choir came apart. Bone cracked, teeth flew. Grey matter slapped against the glass. Attendants prayed, retched, and begged for permission to enter. The chamber's external servitor guns turned toward them instead. The last astropath did not burst immediately. His chest heaved. His fingers snapped against his restraints. His sewn eyes leaked black fluid down his cheeks. When he spoke, the voice was not one voice, but many layered beneath his own. 7 bells beneath the blood. Then his skull opened like the rest. The report reached Moloch before the gore had finished sliding down the observation glass. Enkomi stood beside the chapter master as the picked feed played in silence across a hololithic panel. He watched the choir die again, red lenses narrowing. Not fear, the reclusiarch said. Not warning, invocation. Moloch sealed his helm into place, the bronze faceplate locked with a hiss. When he spoke again, his voice came through the vox as iron dragged across a tomb. Arm every exterior ring, lock every mortal deck, deny movement to all non-essential souls, activate purge authority across the lower holds. Apothecarian quarantine is absolute. Armurium command is unrestricted. Any deck that falls silent is to be assumed compromised. A mortal command officer hesitated one breath too long. Lord, there
are still serf families in the transit chapels between the lower bastions. If the bulkhead locks engage now, they will be trapped outside assigned sanctuary. Moloch looked at him, the officer's face drained of color. They are already assigned, Moloch said. To what duty, my lord? To reveal where the poison reaches first. The officer bowed so sharply his forehead nearly struck the console. By your will. By Terra's will, Enkomi corrected. Across the Daedalus crater, the orders became action. Blast doors fell like guillotine slabs. Pilgrim servitors were dragged from shrines and bolted into emergency ammunition trains. Children of the serf clans were locked behind hab shutters with old men and weapon crates. Armsmen took positions in corridors where devotional frescoes showed the Minotaurs breaking renegade chapters beneath their boots. Confessors shouted litanies until their throats bled. Tech priests sealed filtration ducts with prayers, solder, and suspicion. In the gun decks, crews stripped to the waist in the heat and loaded macro shells beneath the gaze of overseers who carried pistols for any man too slow. In the outer void, the stars began to disappear. At first, it looked like clouding on the augurs. Then the clouding thickened. The black between stars curdled into green-black turbulence, a bruise spreading across reality's skin. Auspec's spirits wailed. Navigational cherubs beat their wings against their cages until tiny bones snapped. Astropathic receivers filled with the sound of distant bells, each toll soft, wet, and patient. The warp opened. No thunder announced the fleet. No triumphant flare. No spearhead of clean translation light. The vessels emerged like corpses rising through swamp water. Bloated hulls slid from the wound in space, their prows crusted with grave rust and old impact scars. Plague cruisers drifted bow first, their armor split in places to show inner decks crawling with diseased light. Corpse barges followed, vast and obscene, dragging chains of frozen bodies through the void. Smaller craft clustered around them like flies around a wound. Vapor vented from ruptured stacks in slow, rolling clouds. Bells hung from the enemy ship's spines, swinging in vacuum where no wind existed. The bridge crew of the Daedalus crater watched the plague fleet come. No one spoke. Moloch stepped onto the command dais, spear in hand. Around the fortress monastery, weapon systems woke fully. Macro cannon rotated in their housings. Lance batteries aligned with cold precision. Torpedo tubes opened like iron mouths. Targeting runes crawled across the hololith in red swarms. The bronze labyrinth held its breath. Enkomi raised his crozius. Brothers, he said across the chapter vox, voice rolling through armories, barracks, gun decks, and sealed murder corridors. The arch-enemy comes in the shape of rot. Let it find no softness in us. Let it find no fear fit to eat. Let it break its teeth upon bronze. Moloch stared into the green-black void. Fire when crowned, he said.
The first enemy vessel crossed the range marker. The Minotaur's guns began to turn. The first broadside left the Daedalus crater like the judgment of a dead god. Its macro cannon did not bark. They spoke in cathedral thunder, each barrel vomiting flame through the void, each shell hurled by gravitic fury and machine spirit wrath toward the plague fleet, drifting through the ruptured wound in real space. The fortress monastery shook with the recoil. Deep in the gun decks, half-naked crews screamed litanies through bleeding mouths as loading chains hauled the next shells from the magazine catacombs. Brass bells rang. Ammunition servitors spasmed in their tracks. Overseers with shock mauls beat slack-limbed laborers back to their stations when the shockwave broke bones and ruptured ears. No one was relieved. No one was excused. The guns had fired. Therefore the guns would fire again. Across the gulf, the enemy received the strike with obscene patience. The nearest plague cruiser turned its scarred flank into the barrage as though presenting flesh to a knife. Shells the size of hab blocks punched into its hull, drove through layers of rusted armor, and burst inside with white fire. The vessel's side opened in great wounds, spilling atmosphere, bodies, broken machinery, and clouds of frozen filth. Decks were exposed to the void like ribs split from a carcass. Thousands of mortal cultists were flung outward, swollen and naked beneath chains, their bellies distended with devotional rot. They died as their blood boiled and froze. They died with their mouths still open in hymns to a god that loved decay more than life. Then, some of them kept moving. Their limbs twitched in the vacuum. Their bodies split along old plague seams. Skin burst open. Black spores streamed from them in coiling clouds, glittering in the cold light of the Minotaur's guns. The dead became seed. The seed became fog. The fog drifted toward the Daedalus crater in slow, deliberate tides. On the command dais, Asterian Moloch watched the effect of the broadside without satisfaction. The hololith painted the enemy fleet in layers of hostile red and diseased green. Damage runes flickered over the lead cruiser, then blurred as the augur spirits contradicted themselves. Destroyed compartments registered as active. Active weapons registered as dead. Life signs multiplied in sections that had been open to space for long minutes. "False returns," said a bridge magos, his voice clicking through a brass rebreather. "Enemy hull exudation is generating augur distortion, organic particulate density increasing. Machine spirits report taste of copper, bile, and unclean code." "Cleanse the auspex spirits," Moloch said. "Litany already in process, Lord." "Then bleed the choir harder." A red-robed Lex mechanic bowed and turned to the chained astropathic support thralls mounted along the rear gantry. Needles descended. Flesh tightened. The thralls began to whimper as more power was drawn through their ruined minds to scour the poisoned data. One screamed until his throat tore. The scream was logged as acceptable output. Ivanus Encomi stood below the dais, Crozius in both hands, skull-helm turned toward the diseased fleet. The Reclusiarch had not moved during the bombardment. Dust from the vaulted ceiling lay across his pauldrons like ash. "They do not evade," he said. "No," Moloch replied. "They do not answer our speed with speed. They do not answer force with force. They accept injury as delivery." Moloch's helm lenses burned red. "Name them." The bridge magos extended 3 mechadendrites into the hololithic light. His augmetics twitched as contaminated data crawled across his internal filters. "Heretic identification resolving. Death Guard. Plague formation marked by 7-fold infection rites. Sepsis cohort. Probable affiliation with the 7th Plague Company. Secondary designation recovered from corrupt Vox traffic. Mortarian's chosen sons." A faint shift passed through the command crew. Not fear. The Minotaurs did not permit fear to change posture, but mortal throats tightened. Fingers lingered over Aquila pendants. One armsman at the strategium doors swallowed too loudly and was struck in the mouth by the sergeant beside him. Encomi's voice lowered. plague brewers. Alchemists of filth, said the Magos, known for contagion craft, gene toxin derivations, plague distillates, battlefield miasma, and corruption of biological sanctity. Molok's hand tightened around the haft of his spear. Their purpose is not conquest. No, Lord, Enkomi said. Conquest leaves banners. These leave sickness. Beyond the armored glass of the command oculus, the enemy fleet advanced. Rusted strike cruisers came on in a loose crescent, their engines burning with green corpse light. Plague hulks dragged themselves behind them, masses of fused shipwrecks and swollen growths, some so vast that their silhouettes looked less constructed than grown in the dark between stars. Corpse barges wallowed in their wake, each one an open-sided charnel arc, packed with bodies stacked in devotional patterns. Drone carriers released clouds of buzzing things, too large to be insects and too organic to be machines. Diseased torpedo clusters rotated into firing attitudes, their warheads bloated, sweating vapor, and painted with handprints in dried blood. The Minotaurs fired again. Lances cut across the void in spears of white fury. Macro shells slammed into a corpse barge and burst its spine. The barge opened from prow to stern, releasing a flood of dead that tumbled outward in a black-red blizzard. A torpedo cluster detonated early, consumed in a flash of fire that spread through its pressurized reservoirs of corpse slurry. The explosion should have ended cleanly. Instead, it became a cloud of spinning meat, bone fragments, plague flies, and glistening fluid that clung to the void shields of the Daedalus crater in a wide, shimmering smear. Auspec's alarms shrieked. Void shield contamination, called a tech adept. Organic impact residue. Demon bacterial activity suspected. Shield harmonics fluctuating. Burn it off, Molok said. Attempting. The lead plague cruiser continued forward, crippled but unwilling to die. More shells struck it. More decks opened. More dead spilled out. On one exposed hangar level, swollen cultists still labored in vacuum, pushing boarding torpedoes toward launch rails with their bare hands. Their eyes had burst. Their fingers had frozen and shattered. Still they pushed, driven by parasites, miracles, or the patient cruelty of their masters. Within that vessel, in a chamber grown like a tumor around an old command pulpit, Lord Septivex Morbidius listened to the Minotaur's guns through the bones of his ship. The chamber breathed. Its walls were iron beneath layers of yellow fat, black mold, and hanging membranes that pulsed with slow internal fluid. Rusted sensors swung from chains made of vertebrae. Bells chimed without hands to move them. The air was thick enough to chew, rich with spores, incense, gangrene, and old sweetness. Mortals could not have lived there long. The Death Guard did not merely live there. They ripened. Morbidius stood beneath a cracked icon of Mortarion, swollen in ancient cataphractii plate. His armor had once been ivory and green. Now it was the color of bruised meat, corroded bronze and grave soil. Tubes disappeared into rents in his torso. Flies crawled over the lenses of his helm. A plague cleaver rested in one fist, its edge wet with venom and old sacrament. In the other hand, he held a censuring flail, each chained weight a rusted skull sensor leaking fever smoke. Around him, the sepsis cohort labored. Biologus adepts in cracked plate stirred vats with bone rods. Foul attendants fed strips of gene flesh into brass distillation engines. Plague marines stood motionless in alcoves, their armor weeping, their bolters crusted with old blood and newer rot. They were not eager. Eagerness belonged to the young, the hungry, the foolish. The Death Guard had outlived such impulses. They were the slow hand on the throat. They were the fever that did not break. A lesser plague champion approached, dragging one leg where a Minotaur shell splinter had pierced the knee joint. Green-black fluid leaked behind him. Lord Morbidius, he voxed, the words bubbling through phlegm. The bronze fortress answers with admirable fury. Our forward cruiser is gutted. Corpse barge eulogy of plenty is broken. 3 torpedo blooms lost before delivery. Morbidius inclined his horned helm. Good. The champion waited. A fly crawled from the crack in his visor and vanished into his neck seal. Good lord. Their wrath has rhythm. Rhythm can be counted. Counted things can be taught to open. Another impact shook the ship. Far away, thousands died. Morbidius lifted his cleaver and watched the blade tremble with sympathetic joy. Transmit. A vox servitor grown into the pulpit screamed as cables tightened through its spine. Morbidius spoke softly, almost tenderly, and his voice crossed the void wrapped in static, flies and bell tones. Asterion Moloch, bull in bronze, gatekeeper of a bitter lineage, hear a blessing from the sons of the Pale King. On the Daedalus crater, the enemy transmission broke through 3 layers of denial code and filled the strategium with a voice like warm rot poured into a chalice. You polish bronze. We cultivate truth. Your chapter is not a fortress, little bulls. It is a womb, and wombs can sour. Every weapon on the command deck turned toward the speakers, as if they could kill the sound. Moloch listened to the last word fade. Trace. Impossible, Lord, said the Magos. Signal is carried by infected debris across shield harmonics. It speaks through contamination. Encomi made the sign of the Aquila with the head of his Crozius. Then it is already touching us. Moloch turned from the oculus. Let it lose fingers. The Daedalus crater changed posture. The Minotaurs did not meet the Death Guard with equal patience. They answered filth with geometry, speed and violent denial. Kill zones awakened along the outer bastions. Secondary batteries adjusted to overlapping arcs. Defense lasers stitched the void around the incoming torpedoes. Interceptor missiles leapt from bronze silos and bloomed among the enemy clusters. Storm talons launched from ventral bays, engines screaming as they cut through the corpse fog, assault cannons turning plague drones into torn meat and burning metal. The Death Guard continued. Some boarding torpedoes were destroyed cleanly, vanishing in hard white bursts. Others ruptured and sprayed their contents deliberately across the void shields. Corpse slurry smeared against invisible force, sizzling and crawling. Clouds of demon bacteria spread in veined patterns. The shield surface rippled as if something vast had placed diseased fingers upon it. Targeting cogitators howled contradictory prayers. One pick screen showed 100 false cruisers where there were none. Another insisted the nearest plague hulk was already inside the fortress monastery. A third displayed a map of the Daedalus crater, with every deck relabeled in a language that made the watching adept's eyes bleed. Cogitator hallucination spreading, called the bridge Magos. Enemy bacteria interacting with noospheric returns, machine spirits agitated. Agitated machine spirits will obey, Moloch said, by your will. By the Omnissiah's law, the Magos corrected reflexively, then flinched as Encomi looked toward him. The first real boarding torpedo struck the outer bastion of Dexerix. It hit like a falling shrine. Adamantium petals punched through the hull, locking claws biting, plague seals bursting under impact. The torpedo's nose unfolded into the mortal defense gallery. Atmosphere screamed around it. Men were sucked from their feet and hurled against the far wall. One armsman struck hard enough to burst inside his armor, blood spraying from his collar seal and visor. Another vanished through a torn pressure gap, fingers scraping sparks from the deck until the void took him. Emergency shutters slammed down. Atmosphere stabilized in red fog. The torpedo opened. Smoke rolled from within, thick and green, carrying flies that should not have been able to live. The armsmen fired before they saw targets. Lasfire slashed into the murk. Shotguns roared. Stubbers hammered from tripod mounts. The first shapes emerged slowly. Poxwalkers. They stumbled forward in ranks of corrupted flesh, hundreds of them, maybe more packed behind them in the torpedo's ruptured belly. Their faces had burst outward, jaws hanging on strings of meat, tongues black and swollen. Bellies hung split, organs swinging wetly between their thighs. Some wore scraps of imperial uniforms. Some wore pilgrim charms hammered into their skin. Many had rusted Minotaur icons nailed through their chests, crude bronze bull symbols driven into ribs as mockery. The metal had turned green with rot. The armsmen fired until barrels overheated. Las bolts burned holes through torsos. Shotgun blasts removed faces. Heavy stubber rounds chewed limbs away. The poxwalkers fell, twitched, crawled, rose, and came on. Those struck in the belly released gas that made nearby men cough blood into their rebreathers. Those shot in the skull sometimes burst, spraying bone, pus, and glittering spores across the firing line. A serf screamed as flies entered through the cracked lens of his mask. He clawed at his face until his eyes came loose under his fingers. The deck prefect raised his chainsword with both hands. "Hold for the chapter," he shouted. "Hold for terror! Hold your line, damn you!" A poxwalker with a Minotaur icon nailed through its tongue reached him. He cut it from shoulder to hip. The halves spilled open around his boots, both still reaching. He stamped down until the skull broke. Something burst under his foot and splashed his greaves. His infection rune turned amber. He looked down at the warning light on his chest plate. Then the Minotaurs arrived. The inner blast doors opened with the finality of an execution. Breacher squads advanced through the smoke in bronze and black, shields locked, bolters resting in firing ports. They did not charge. They did not shout. They came with cold, mechanical purpose, boots crushing spent casings, severed fingers, and wounded men alike. Their helms turned in minute increments, identifying targets faster than mortal thought could follow. "Clean line," voxed the lead sergeant. The armsmen in front of him were still fighting. Some turned in relief. Others tried to drag wounded comrades aside. "Clean line," the sergeant repeated. The Minotaurs opened fire. Bolters spoke in disciplined double taps. Mass reactive shells punched through poxwalker bodies and detonated inside them, blasting torsos into steaming chunks. Heads vanished in red-black bursts. Limbs spun away. The front rank of the infected became a collapsing wall of meat, and the second rank stumbled over it into more fire. A flamer roared from the left side of the formation, washing the breach in sanctified promethium. Poxwalkers burned and kept moving until their legs charred through and dropped them into the sludge of their own melting bodies. An armsman staggered backward, coughing hard enough to spray blood across his visor. A Minotaur shot him through the head without looking away from the breach. Another mortal, one arm missing below the elbow, reached toward the advancing breachers. "My lord, extraction. Please. I am clean. I am clean." The sergeant stepped over him. His boot came down on the man's chest, with enough force to cave the ribs inward. The armsman's plea ended as a wet crunch. The breachers advanced through their servants because the servants had become part of the battlefield. They fired over them, through them, and when needed, into them. A mortal body showed lesions. It burned. A mortal voice babbled in fever. It was silenced. A mortal blocked the shield wall. It was trampled beneath ceramite and left broken for the purge crews. Behind the breachers came apothecarian observers and servo-skull samplers, each skull darting down to taste air, blood and rot before being recalled into sealed containers. Tech marines followed, spraying corrosive sanctifiers over plague residue. Gun servitors deployed in the rear, heavy bolters locking into place with devotional clicks. The poxwalkers died by the hundred. They did not break because they had nothing left capable of breaking. They simply diminished. Fire took them. Bolters opened them. Chain blades finished those that crawled. The deck became ankle-deep in twitching remains. Burst skulls, split ribs, intestines knotting and unknotting like blind worms. Flies thick enough to darken lumen strips. The smell pushed through rebreathers and filters, sweet, rotten, and intimate. At last, the torpedo interior was silent, except for the crackle of promethium and the soft popping of diseased bodies in the heat. The lead sergeant looked across the gallery. First breach contained. Deck Cerix remains functional. Mortal defense component reduced below usefulness. A wounded deck prefect lay against the wall, abdomen torn open, one hand pressed uselessly over loops of bowel spilling into his lap. He tried to salute. His arm shook too badly. The sergeant regarded him for less than a heartbeat. Infection exposure probable. The prefect closed his eyes. For the chapter. For terror, the sergeant said, and shot him. Across the fortress monastery, other impacts were met the same way. Some torpedoes were destroyed before they opened. Some disgorged poxwalkers, plague flies, crawling things with too many mouths and too few bones. Some carried only pressurized filth that burst across corridors and killed the first men who breathed it. The Minotaurs answered with containment, bolter fire, and flame. They did not rescue. They did not console. They reduced every breach to a calculation of space, time, and acceptable loss. On the Strategium hololith, red contact runes faded one by one. The first wave had broken. Mortal casualties were severe. Surf decks had been compromised and vented. 2 exterior bastions were listed as biologically unsafe. 1 defense gallery had been sealed behind adamantium shutters, with screams still audible through the walls. The enemy had lost torpedoes, drones, corpse barges, and thousands upon thousands of infected bodies. Moloch watched the tally settle. "Status," he said. "First wave contained," replied the bridge magos. "Void shield contamination persists, but is being scourged. Enemy fleet maintains distance. Plague cruiser damaged beyond standard combat capacity." "Standard capacity is irrelevant," Enkomi said. "It is still serving its purpose." Moloch looked at the plague fleet through the oculus. The enemy vessels drifted as before, wounded, burning, unhurried. "Second wave?" asked Kordax over the command vox, his voice harsh from the armory. "Channel." "Expected," Moloch said. "Permission to counterboard." "Denied until pattern confirmed." There was a pause, brief but heavy. "Acknowledged." Deep beneath the Strategium, far from the guns and the burning breach decks, something small moved through a maintenance duct. It had once been a cherub. Its wings were still white in places, though most feathers had fallen out in clumps, leaving raw skin and black quills. Its infant face was grey and swollen. Brass augmetics ringed its spine. One eye had been replaced by a cracked lens. The other wept constantly. It crawled as much as flew, dragging itself through the ductwork with tiny hands and twitching pinions. No alarm marked its passing. Its ident code remained valid. Its devotional tag still sang of service to the apothecarian. The cherub reached the exterior of a ventilation shrine built into the outer sanctum of the gene vault. The shrine was no more than a bronze grill surrounded by purity seals, machine script, and tiny carved bulls. Its filters breathed air that had been blessed, measured and purified 1,000 times before entering the sacred systems beyond. No mortal breath touched the gene vault unjudged. No impurity passed without challenge. The cherub settled upon the grill. For a moment, it was still. Then its jaw sagged open. Black bile spilled from its mouth in a slow, glistening thread. It ran across the bronze. It touched the first purity seal, which browned and curled like burned skin. It seeped between the grill slats and entered the sacred filters drop by drop. The cherub's remaining eye rolled upward in something like bliss. Far above, the Minotaurs prepared for the second wave. Far below, the future began to rot. The second wave did not come through the void like the first. It came from beneath. The Daedalus crater had been built to murder boarders in its upper bastions, in its bronze galleries and weapon-crowned corridors, where every line of advance could be measured and broken beneath overlapping fields of bolter fire. The first wave had obeyed that expectation. It had struck the outer defense rings and died there in acceptable numbers, feeding the Minotaurs data, corpses, and certainty. The second wave burrowed into the ship's belly. It came through the lower munition decks, where the walls were thick with ammunition elevators, plasma coolant veins, fuel pressure arteries, and the old black bones of the fortress monastery's deepest armor. Corrupted boarding claws drifted through the corpse-smeared void, masked behind false auger returns and bacterial ghosts. They did not strike like torpedoes. They latched. Their talons sank into armor plates with slow hydraulic malice, drilling through sanctified bronze, adamantium, and insulation layers with teeth of diseased metal. The machine spirits of the outer hull screamed in static. Tech priests howled back in Binharic rebuke. Neither prayer nor countercode stopped the claws from biting deeper. Where they opened, they did not open wide. They made narrow wounds, cramped wounds, wounds too twisted for the massed deployment of battle tanks or full shield walls, wounds into blind maintenance veins and shell hoist tunnels where mortal loaders crawled through grease, old smoke, and ammunition dust. There the Death Guard released their plague drones. The first drone came through a torn cooling duct above magazine Ossiron, its swollen metal body scraping sparks from the walls. It buzzed on torn rotary wings, belly distended with phlegm tanks and rusted bomb racks. Its flesh and iron components had grown together in obscene communion, cabling pulsing like veins, armor plates sweating yellow oil. A mortal loader looked up from a macro shell cradle just in time to see the thing unfold its injector limbs. The drone opened him from throat to groin. His organs spilled across the shell cradle in a wet rush, steaming in the heat of the magazine. The men around him screamed and reached for sidearms. The drone pulsed once. Its belly sacks burst, spraying a mist of fevered bile across the loading gang. Masks clogged, eyes blistered, skin sloughed from cheeks in pink sheets. One man fell against a shell marked with an oath of detonation, leaving half his face stuck to the casing. Then the bulkhead beyond them buckled inward. A boarding claw punched through, dragging a cylinder of corrupted passageway behind it. Poxwalkers crawled through first on broken hands and split knees, their bodies compressed by the narrow wound, bones snapping as they forced themselves into the magazine. Behind them came plague cultists with rusted knives, their mouths sewn open around bells made from teeth. Behind them came something heavier, something that scraped ceramite against metal and breathed through a grill full of flies. The alarm spread. On the command dais, Asterion Malok watched the lower deck schematics bloom red. There was no surprise in his posture. Surprise was a weakness belonging to men who believed the enemy owed them honesty. "Pattern confirmed," he said. Captain Thesauron Kordax answered from the teleportarium mustering chamber, his voice filtered through Terminator plate and battle readiness. Myrmidon Spear awaits command. Deploy to the lower munition decks. Contain, break, and cleanse. Acknowledged. Kordax did not offer oaths. He did not request blessings. He did not speak to inspire the warriors under his command. He was not charismatic. He had no need to be. He was a siege engine wearing a name, a blunt instrument shaped into a captain, only because even weapons required someone to decide where they fell. Around him, Myrmidon Spear locked into formation. The elite terminators of the Minotaurs stood beneath the teleportarium arches, broad as bastion gates, armor layered in bronze and black, helms lowered, weapons live. Thunderhammers crackled with caged stormlight. Storm shields hummed as field generators cycled through purity tests. Storm bolters fed from heavy drum magazines. Chain fists snarled in idle rotation, their teeth wet with fresh oil. Combi melters glowed at the muzzle, heat ghosts shimmering around them. Every warrior bore kill marks, censure seals, and the severe heraldry of a chapter, bred to execute not merely the enemies of mankind, but often mankind's own failed weapons. Kordax lifted his chain fist and watched the teeth spin. "Lock helms," he said. The order was obeyed in a single metallic thunder. Teleportation tore them from the chamber. They arrived in Magazine Osiron amid smoke, blood, and screaming metal. One heartbeat there was only panic and the whining buzz of drones. The next, Bronze giants stood among the shell cradles. The teleport flare burned poxwalkers to ash where they stood too close. A plague cultist was bisected by the materialization of a Terminator's pauldron, his upper half sliding down the armor in a sheet of blood and ruptured bowel. Kordax fired before the flare faded. His Stormbolter hammered into the drone above the shell line, mass reactive rounds punching through diseased metal and meat. The drone lurched, buzzed sideways, and shed ropes of intestine like torn cables. It kept flying. Kordax raised his chain fist and caught it as it dived. The blades bit. The drone screamed through 3 mouths, one mechanical, one organic, one neither. Kordax carved it open from nose to engine spine. Rot, oil, and half-formed maggots rained over his armor. "Advance," he said. Myrmidon's spear advanced. They did not run. Terminators did not need to run in those cramped veins of the ship. They moved with the inevitability of a closing fortress gate. Stormbolters thudded in disciplined rhythm, each burst chosen, each kill confirmed. Poxwalkers burst apart under the fire, skulls opening, ribs cracking outward, torsos detonating into stringy meat. Plague cultists raised autoguns and were erased before their fingers finished tightening. Those not killed by the first shots were crushed beneath Terminator boots or driven back into the boarding wound by hammer blows that turned bodies into paste against the walls. A corrupted boarding claw still gnashed at the breach, trying to widen the opening. Kordax met it head-on. His chain fist bit into the rusted bulkhead around the claw, chewing through diseased metal and sanctified shipbone alike. Sparks sprayed. Black fluid poured from the claw's joints. The metal screamed in a voice that sounded like a dying child and an old engine at once. Kordax leaned his full weight into the cut, severing the talon's primary hinge. The claw spasmed, then dropped, crushing a knot of poxwalkers beneath it. "Breach 1 denied," voxed Sergeant Orthan. "Do not name denials," Kordax replied. "Name only remaining wounds." More red runes flashed across his helm display. There were many remaining wounds. The lower decks became a maze of firefights, sealed, doors, and dying men. The Death Guard had chosen their ground with patient intelligence. They struck through maintenance channels, fuel inspection alcoves, munition elevators, and pressure crawlways. Places where a full Minotaur spearhead had to break into smaller fists. Places where the advantages of massed armor became burden. Places where a single plague knife thrust from darkness could scrape across ceramite and leave more than a cut. Sergeant Orthon discovered that on deck Brassos. A plague marine wedged himself halfway through a maintenance hatch, too swollen for the passage and too stubborn to stop. His armor was the color of corpse wax and mold. He carried a plague knife that dripped green venom from a notched edge. Orthon fired into him point blank. 3 shells struck the Death Guard warrior's chest, cratering plate, rupturing inner meat, blasting black blood across the hatch frame. The traitor did not fall. He laughed through a Vox grill clogged with mucus and flies. The knife scraped across Orthon's forearm. It did not penetrate deeply. It barely cut the outer layer of ceramite. His armor rune flashed amber, then red. The machine spirit in his gauntlet shrieked as corrosion raced across the scratch in spiderweb veins. Fever data spiked through Orthon's autosenses. His flesh beneath the armor tightened, then burned cold. He rammed his storm shield forward, crushing the Plague Marine's helm against the hatch frame until the lenses burst inward. The traitor still laughed, while Orthon drove his hammer through the ruined faceplate and caved the skull into the neck seal. "Contamination?" Kordax asked. "Localized," Orthon answered. "Amputate armor section." Orthon slammed his forearm against the edge of a shell hoist and triggered the gauntlet release. The corrupted forearm plate fell away, smoking, its inner surface crawling with green-black rot. A servo skull darted in, clamped it with magnet claws, and carried it toward a disposal shrine. Orthon flexed his exposed under armor. Functional. Continue. In another passage, Mortal serfs fought and died where they had been placed. The munition regiment assigned to Lower Deck Malak held behind sandbag walls made from ration sacks and ammunition crates. They were not trained like Astra Militarum line infantry. They were loaders, fuel men, shell haulers, and maintenance bondsmen, pressed into defense because every soul aboard the Daedalus Crater belonged to war. They fired laslocks until their barrels glowed. They dragged wounded men away from the breach only when the wounded did not cough. They shouted the names of deck shrines and dead fathers as poxwalkers came through the smoke. Kordax received their distress rune as he led Myrmidon's spear through an adjacent junction. Lower Deck Malak requests reinforcement, voxed a mortal coordinator from the command spine. His voice was thin with terror and static. Enemy concentration rising. Surf regiment still holding. They report plague marines among the dead. Kordax checked the tactical display. The serfs were on the wrong side of a pressure gate. Behind them, plague contacts multiplied. Ahead of them, the Minotaurs' advance route had to remain sealed to protect access toward the armory lifts. Gate status, Kordax said. Open by command authority. Delay estimated at half a minute. Deny opening. Seal permanent. A pause followed. In that pause, the screams from Lower Deck Malak bled through the Vox. Men begging, lass fire snapping, something wet roaring, a preacher serf shouting a litany until the words became choking. The mortal coordinator spoke again. Captain, the regiment remains alive. For the next minute. They are loyal servants of the chapter. They are a door. Kordax transmitted his personal seal. The pressure gate between Lower Deck Malak and the inner munition spine locked with a deep clang. On the far side, the serf regiment realized what had happened. Their voices rose. Some cursed. Some prayed. Some begged the Bronze Lords to open the gate. Then the plague horde reached them. Their screams became part of the tactical soundscape. Sergeant Orthan marked the deck rune black. Lower Deck Malak expended. Advance, Kordax said. They moved on. The Death Guard's third thrust came with their elite. Blightlord Terminators entered the fight through a breach near the shell sanctum. Their arrival marked by the grinding collapse of 3 bulkheads and a wave of flies so thick it blackened helm lenses. They were enormous, even beside the Minotaurs. Their cataphractii plate was swollen with growths, bells, sensors, and rusted trophy hooks. Horns curled from helms. Tubes pumped pus through cracked gorgets. One carried a bubotic axe, whose edge smoked with disease. Another bore a combi bolter fused into his forearm, the weapon coughing shells and phlegm with equal force. A third dragged a flail made from chain and diseased skulls that wept venom from the eye sockets. They were slow. They were almost impossible to stop. The Minotaurs opened fire at once. Storm bolters hammered diseased plate, shells blasting craters into armor thick with rot. Melter beams struck at close range and cooked one Blightlord from hip to shoulder, turning his torso into a glowing furnace. He took 3 more steps while burning, laughing as fat boiled through the rents in his armor. A thunder hammer hit him in the chest and burst him backward into a shell rack, where he hung broken, still twitching, still chuckling through Vox grills filled with mucus and flies. Another Blightlord waded through fire and brought his axe down on a Minotaur's storm shield. The field flared. The shield cracked. The second blow split the shield rim and carved into the warrior's shoulder guard. Rot raced outward from the cut. The Minotaur answered by driving his chain fist into the Death Guard warrior's abdomen. Teeth roared. Armor, organs, and parasites became slurry. The Blightlord grabbed the Minotaur's helm with both hands and head-butted him hard enough to shatter one red lens. They stood locked together, killing each other by inches, until Kordax stepped in and crushed the traitor's knee with his thunder hammer. "Down," Kordax said. The hammer fell again. The Blightlord's helm became a bowl of fragments and wet black meat. The enemy line still came forward. Kordax saw the pattern then, not in the immediate violence, but in the shape behind it. The Plague Marines had struck in 3 heavy groups, not to break through directly, but to force redeployment. Each push bent Myrmidon's spear farther from the Apothecarian transit arteries. Each breach demanded Terminator response. Each response emptied a corridor the enemy had not yet touched. "Command," Kordax voxed. "Enemy sacrifices are deliberate. They are shaping our reserve pathing." Moloch answered at once. "Confirmed. Request permission to collapse Sanctum Sealing Varax. Enemy Blightlord concentration beneath it. That will damage munition lifts. They are already compromised." "Granted." Kordax switched channels. "Melter teams. Mark sealing anchors. Teleportarium. Prepare hammer insertion on my beacon. Delay until collapse." The Minotaurs obeyed. 3 Terminators stepped into a triangle formation amid incoming fire. Their combi melters rose. White heat lanced upward into the vaulted ceiling. The metal blackened, glowed, sagged. Blightlord fire hammered into them. One Minotaur staggered as a plague round punched through his breastplate and detonated inside his secondary lung. He did not fall. He held the beam until his gauntlet fused around the weapon grip. The ceiling came down. It did not collapse like stone. It died like a god's ribcage. Bronze beams, ammunition rails, coolant pipes, and slabs of sanctified adamantium crashed into the Death Guard formation. Poxwalkers vanished beneath the fall. Plague Marines were crushed waist-deep into the deck. Blightlords disappeared under tons of shipbone and molten metal. Steam roared. Ammunition alarms shrieked. For 3 heartbeats, the enemy line was buried. Then the teleport flare struck inside the kill pocket. Hammer Terminators materialized atop the wreckage. They brought thunder with them. Their hammers fell on trapped Blightlords, on exposed helms, on twitching limbs and cracked breastplates. Every impact detonated with caged force, turning diseased armor inward, pulping what remained inside. One Death Guard warrior tried to crawl free, dragging his lower body behind him in shredded strips. A Minotaur planted a boot on his spine and smashed his head flat against the deck. Another Blightlord raised a knife in slow defiance. A Thunderhammer took his arm off at the shoulder, then descended again and drove his torso down into the wreckage until only one horned pauldron remained, visible. Across the chapter vox, Ivanas Enkomi spoke. His sermon was not a flame to warm them, it was a lash. "Look upon yourselves, sons of bronze. You were not born. You were taken. You were carved from weakness with scalpels, hypno-chains, and pain. You were born from stolen meat and sacred murder. Act accordingly." The Minotaurs answered by charging. They struck into the remaining Death Guard with all the emotion of falling masonry. No war cry wasted breath. No oath delayed the blow. Storm shields slammed into swollen plate. Chain fists opened bellies and engines. Thunderhammers broke knees, hips, helms, and faith. Bolters fired into faces at arm's length. A plague champion raised a rusted icon of Nurgle and began to chant. Sergeant Orthan broke the icon over his own damaged shield, then jammed the splintered haft through the traitor's throat and fired 3 bolt rounds into the wound. From the plague cruiser, Lord Septivex Morbidius watched through the eyes of flies crawling on the dead. His sepsis priests trembled with delight around their vats. 3 squads of plague marines had been spent. Blightlord losses were severe. The lower munition assaults had failed to reach the inner magazines in force. To a lesser commander, it would have looked like defeat. Morbidius knew better. The Minotaurs had moved as predicted. Their Terminator reserves had gone downward. Their breacher lines had tightened around the munition decks. Their command thoughts bent toward the obvious wound. Violence had made them honest. Hatred had made them swift. Swiftness had made corridors empty. He lifted one rusted hand, and a little maintenance cherub somewhere deep inside the Daedalus crater shivered upon a sacred grill. "Good," Morbidius whispered. "Little bulls with lowered heads. Charge where the red cloth waves." In the Medici Bay near the Apothecarian routes, Daemon Ithro began to understand that something was wrong beyond the breaches. The wounded Minotaurs brought from the lower decks should have been simple to read. Armor damage, toxin exposure, plague knife contact, shell trauma, internal bleeding, secondary organ stress. Even Death Guard wounds followed patterns when measured with sufficient discipline and ruthlessness. These wounds did not. A battle brother lay locked to the surgical slab, armor cut away from the torso, black carapace exposed beneath torn body glove layers. His blood pooled in the drainage channels, thick and dark. It should have clotted in irregular masses around the wound. Instead, it clotted in geometric patterns, hexagons, spirals, sevenfold rings. Ithro stared down at the shapes while his narthecium clicked through diagnostic rites. Again, he said. A Medici servitor lowered a Gene Auspex wand over the wounded warrior's chest. The instrument hummed. Runes flickered green across the display. Progenoid integrity clean, droned the servitor. Ithro waited. 1 heartbeat. 2, 3. The display screamed red. The servitor spasmed so violently that one of its armatures snapped. Warning chimes filled the bay. The wounded battle brother's muscles locked, then relaxed. His eyes opened behind the haze of pain suppressants. "Apothecary," he rasped. "Report. Remain silent. My wound? Not relevant." The warrior tried to rise. Restraints held him down. "Am I fit for return?" Ithro looked at the red runes crawling across the Auspex screen. They vanished. Green returned, clean. 3 heartbeats later, red again. He moved to the next wounded brother. The same. Clean. Then screaming red. Then clean. Blood clotting in patterns. Tissue rejecting diagnosis, and then accepting it. Progenoid glands registering purity and corruption, as if truth itself had become intermittent. A mortal Medici serf backed away from the surgical table. "Lord Apothecary." Ithro drew his bolt pistol and shot him through the face. The serf's body collapsed beside the drainage channel. Skull opened, blood joining the patterned clots. The apothecary turned to the remaining attendants. "No mortal exits this bay." One of them began to pray too loudly. Ithro killed him as well. He activated quarantine seals. Blast shutters slammed down over every entrance. Chem sprinklers extended from the ceiling. Servo skulls began to circle, recording, sampling, condemning. Outside the bay, a Minotaur sergeant demanded status over the Vox. Ithro did not answer at first. He stood among the wounded giants, the dead serfs, the red and green lies of his instruments, and the blood that had begun to draw sacred geometry in the drains. Then he opened a sealed channel to Moloch, Enkomi, and the Apothecarian command vault. "Medicae Bay Tertian is under absolute quarantine," he said. His voice was steady, but beneath it lay the first true fear the Daedalus Crater had known since the Plague Fleet arrived. No one enters, no one leaves. All wounded from the lower munition breach are to be restrained and isolated. Moloch's voice came back like iron. "State cause." Ithro looked at the nearest progenoid scan as it turned green again, clean as untouched snow. He knew it was lying. "The wound is not in the flesh," he whispered. "It is in the inheritance." The Daedalus Crater did not merely contain corridors. It made decisions with them. Across the lower bastions and spinal arteries of the fortress monastery, doors moved according to ancient murder logic. Blast gates fell without warning, cutting squads from squads, herds of fleeing serfs from the illusion of escape, and plague things from the larger bodies of their infestation. Some gates sealed with the clean finality of military engineering. Others descended like guillotines, their adamantium edges wet within heartbeats. Gravity plates reversed in narrow passageways and hurled infected bodies into ceilings lined with spike rails. Flame vents opened beneath grills, where retreating poxwalkers gathered in twitching knots. Auto-turrets unfolded from reliquary alcoves, skulls and devotional plates splitting apart to reveal multi-barreled wrath. Murder servitors woke in niches, their grafted heavy weapons clattering into alignment, while dried prayer slips fluttered from their shoulders. The ship was old, and like all old weapons, It remembered use. It remembered renegades in stolen heraldry clawing through its boarding gates. It remembered human mutineers screaming in the dark. It remembered Xenos talons scraping bronze. It remembered the shame of breached sanctums and the satisfaction of closing them around enemies until those enemies were no more than stains beneath pressure doors. It had been designed by a chapter that expected betrayal from every direction, even from the air in its own lungs. Its kill corridors did not simply defend, they accused, they judged, they reduced every intruder to meat, ash, or data. The Death Guard moved through that judgment with the slow acceptance of men walking in rain. Poxwalkers burned and kept crawling. Plague drones struck flame vents and burst, spreading pus across blessed metal. Corrupted boarding claws spasmed in their wounds as tech marines fed countercode into the hull. Plague marines advanced through auto-turret fire with rents in their armor and black blood drizzling from their joints, firing back without haste, as though the ship itself were only another patient body waiting to fail. On the command dais, Asterion Moloch watched the Daedalus crater cut itself into sealed compartments of war. The hololith no longer showed a clean map. It had become a wounded beast, its decks pulsing with red infection markers, amber quarantine sigils, and black voided zones. Outside, the plague fleet still pressed in. Inside, the lower decks still bled. Beneath all of it, Apothecary Daemon Ithro's quarantine rune burned hard and steady over the medici bays near the Apothecarian roots. Moloch turned his helmed head toward the outer void display. The plague hulk, named by corrupted Vox traffic as Bountiful Decay, drifted behind the broken forward cruiser, vast and swollen, a fused cathedral of wrecked hulls and tumorous growths. It was too large to be one vessel. It had been many once. Imperial transport hulls, merchant carcasses, dead warships, perhaps even the ribbed spine of some ancient battleship, swallowed and repurposed by rot. Its sides were split with hanger wounds. Its surface bristled with rusted weapon shrines, dangling corpse chains, and venting plague stacks. It hung in the void like an infected organ. The enemy wished the Minotaurs to remain within their walls. Moloch refused. "Counterboard," he said. The strategium answered with motion. Command serfs bent over consoles. Tech priests issued binary blessings and targeting solutions. Teleportarium coils began to drink power from the ship's reactor heart. Boarding torpedo crews were ordered into launch. Rights. Assault squads sealed helms and locked jump packs to void harness. Terminators of Myrmidon's spear reloaded in silence. Dreadnought sarcophagi strode from their awakening vaults toward deployment cradles, each step shaking dust from the chapel arches. Ivanus Encomi stood below the dais, Crozius resting across both gauntlets. "The hulk is bait," the Reclusiarch said. "Yes." "You see the hook?" "Yes." "And still you bite." Moloch took the black spear from its cradle, its haft locked into his gauntlet with a predatory click. A hook is a weapon. Weapons can be taken from the hand. Encomi bowed his skull helm, then let their hand come away with it. The launch began in thunder and light. Boarding torpedoes hurled from the Daedalus crater in bronze salvos, their prows engraved with kill litanies and censure marks. Teleportarium bursts flared like captive lightning in the mustering chambers, tearing squads from reality and hurling them through the void. Assault squads launched from ventral locks, jump packs burning white-blue as they crossed the corpse fog between vessels. Dreadnought deployment coffins slammed into torpedo cradles, each one bearing an entombed ancient who had killed for the Imperium before many of the chapter's mortal bloodlines had learned their own names. Brother Hecaton entered the war in a storm of restraint clamps and awakening wrath. His Contemptor chassis was bronze, black and scarred to the adamantium beneath. The sarcophagus at its heart bore the names of campaigns nearly worn smooth by age and incense. One arm ended in a power fist large enough to crush a battle tank's turret. The other carried an assault cannon, already cycling, already hungry. Red optics burned beneath his helm carapace as loader servitors locked ammunition feeds into place. "Target vessel," Hecaton demanded. A tech marine strode beside him, mechadendrites twitching. Plague Hulk, Bountiful Decay. Enemy, Death Guard, Plague Ogrin signatures, Cult Mass, Traitor Astartes, unknown alchemical engines. Acceptable. The tech marine made the sign of the cog. "May the Omnissiah preserve your wrath." Wrath requires no preservation. The dreadnought entered his boarding coffin. The coffin sealed. The torpedo fired. It struck the Bountiful Decay deep in a canyon of rusted hull plates and diseased growth. Impact clamps bit. Breach charges detonated inward. Minotaur boarding ramps slammed open into a corridor that looked less built than grown from a dead giant's intestines. Wet cables hung from the ceiling, pulsing with fluid. Pipes flexed like throats. The walls were layered with old metal, scabrous flesh, and devotional carvings cut by diseased hands. Vox speakers embedded in the walls chanted in dead languages, every syllable dragged through static and phlegm. The air carried rot so thick it stained armor lenses. The Minotaurs entered without pause. Kordax led Myrmidon's spear through a teleport flare farther inside the hulk, materializing amid a garden of corpses planted upright in the deck. Men, mutants, servitors, and things that might once have been Imperial soldiers hung from hooked frames, their bellies opened, their ribs spread and filled with soil made from powdered bone. Pale fungal growths sprouted from their mouths. Bells had been sewn beneath their tongues. When the Terminators appeared, the bells rang as one. "Visual contamination only," Sergeant Orthan voxed. "Advance," Kordax said. They advanced through the garden, crushing the roots and the dead beneath their boots. One corpse lifted its head and whispered a name no living Minotaur had spoken aboard the hulk. Orthan shot it apart before it finished the second syllable. Deeper within, they found ammunition shrines. The chambers had once been launch magazines, but the Death Guard had remade them into altars of stolen inheritance. Racks of shells stood beside glass vats. The shells were daubed with blood and filth, their warheads drilled open and filled with cloudy fluids. The vats held gene matter, not all of it human, not all of it whole. Strands of progenoid tissue floated in suspension, some pale, some blackened, some still twitching. Bronze tags, blue tags, white tags, red tags. Fragments of heraldry hung from hooks above them. Spoils from chapters bled in forgotten wars. Sacred futures rendered down into plague reagents. A Minotaur veteran paused before the vats. Kordax did not. "Burn it!" Combi flamers opened. The gene fluids boiled. The vats cracked. Pale tissue curled in the heat and burst into black smoke. The ammunition shrine became a furnace. The vox speakers in the walls changed chant, voices rising in what might have been laughter or grief. Elsewhere in the hulk, Brother Hecaton came through his breach into a manufactorum chapel packed with plague cultists. They saw him and screamed praise. His assault cannon answered. The weapon spun up with a rising metallic howl, then tore the chamber apart. Cultists vanished into red mist. Bodies came undone in lines, torsos ripped open, heads bursting, limbs cartwheeling through the fog. The rounds hammered through flesh, bone, scrap armor, and devotional icons, smashing the congregation into the walls they had worshipped beside. Those who survived tried to crawl toward him with knives, hooks, and rusted sensors. Hecaton walked through them. His foot came down on one man and turned him into a dark smear. Another leapt onto his leg and struck with a cleaver. The blade sparked uselessly against ancient plate. Hecaton shook him loose and crushed him beneath the power fist, leaving only flattened armor scraps and blood between his talons. A plague ogrin burst from a side arch. It was enormous, swollen with implanted pipes, and rusted plates bolted through meat. Its head had been replaced by an iron mask, with 3 breathing tubes. One arm ended in a buzzsaw. The other dragged a chain of skulls and hooks. It charged with the force of a hauler engine, smashing aside its own cultists as it came. Hecaton turned. "Massive contact," he voxed. "Engaging." The Ogrin hit him hard enough to drive both war machines backward. The deck cracked beneath them. The buzzsaw shrieked against Hecaton's sarcophagus plating, throwing sparks and flakes of bronze. The dreadnought's power fist rose, closed around the Ogrin's skull mask, and squeezed. Metal buckled. Bone cracked wetly inside. The Ogrin hammered at him with the skull chain, denting armor, tearing away oath seals, but Hecaton did not release. He lifted the creature bodily and slammed it into a pillar of intestine cable and iron. Once, twice. The third blow burst the Ogrin's back open, spraying infected spine matter across the chapel. "Target reduced," Hecaton said. A plague marine emerged behind him with a melter weapon fused to his arm. Hecaton's assault cannon pivoted without turning the rest of his body. The traitor became fragments before he fired. Within the Daedalus crater, the boarding war continued in the other direction. The Death Guard sent captured Minotaur serfs back through the breach routes. They were not tortured in any manner that wasted time. They had been improved, according to the patient theology of rot. Their mouths were sewn around brass sensors that had been pushed down their throats. Their lungs had been punctured and packed with plague incense. Their eyes were gone, replaced by little bells that chimed when they stumbled. Their hands remained bound before them in the posture of prayer. When they breathed, they exhaled yellow smoke, thick with crawling motes. A column of them appeared at Junction Cathor, escorted by poxwalkers and one plague marine who carried no gun. He merely guided them forward with a staff, like a shepherd bringing offerings to a shrine. On the Minotaur side of the junction, a tactical squad held behind a barricade of overturned shell carts and dead servitors. Among them stood Brother Leontis, young by the standards of the chapter, his armor bearing fewer campaign scars, and his helm still marked with the recent wax of squad induction. Beside him, Captain Cordax observed through a remote feed from within the hulk, directing internal defense while killing on another front. The chapter had little tolerance for commanders who could not divide war inside their skulls. "Captured serf column," reported the squad sergeant. "Identification incomplete. They may carry command codes." "Incinerate," Cordax voxed. Leontis shifted his bolter a fraction. "Captain, some may be uncontaminated." Through the smoke, one of the serfs lifted his face. He was old, or had been made old by the plague rites. A Minotaur brand had been burned into his cheek long before the battle. He tried to speak around the censer forced into his mouth. Smoke poured from his lips. Behind him, more stumbled forward, chiming softly. Cordax's answer came without delay. "Mercy is how plagues learn your name." The sergeant triggered the flame line. Prometheum washed the junction. The serf column ignited in a single screaming mass. Sensors burst inside rib cages, spreading gouts of green fire. Some fell at once. Others staggered forward, burning with arms outstretched, bells ringing in their empty sockets. Bolters finished them. The guiding plague marine watched through the flames for several heartbeats, as if pleased by the lesson, before a Lascanon beam from an automated turret punched through his chest and pinned his burning body to the far wall. Leontis said nothing more. He marked the junction clean by fire and rejoined the firing line. The war split into fronts so numerous that silence ceased to exist. Outside, the void battle raged in murderous grandeur. The Daedalus crater traded broadsides with rusted strike cruisers, while plague hulks vented corpse fog into shield space. Macro shells cracked enemy hulls. Lance beams burned diseased armor white. Plague torpedoes burst against void shields and smeared them with living filth. Storm talons hunted drones through debris fields of bodies, engines, and shattered icons. Whole mortal gun crews died from feedback surges when demon bacteria crawled through targeting conduits, but their replacements stepped over them and kept loading. Inside the fortress monastery, the The kill corridors drank. Poxwalkers were funneled into pressure traps and crushed into slurry. Plague Marines died under crossfire only after spending ammunition, time and lives. Auto-turrets ran hot. Flame vents exhausted Prometheum reserves. Gravity wells broke mortal spines and traitor armor seals alike. The Daedalus crater sealed some of its own arteries and vented others into space. Men died behind locked doors with the Emperor's name in their mouths and Minotaur orders in their ears. Inside the bountiful decay, the Minotaurs drove deeper through filth and iron. They were meant to. Lord Septivex Morbidius stood in the pulsing chamber at the Hulk's heart, watching the counter-boarding unfold through flies, plague lenses, and the last sights of dying cultists. A lesser champion beside him shifted impatiently, pus dripping from the vents of his helm. "They burn our shrines," the champion gurgled. "They destroy the vats. They slaughter the faithful." "Yes," Morbidius said. "They come closer." "Yes." "Shall we close the nave and drown them in the third distillate?" Morbidius lifted one bloated hand, and the bells around him quieted. "No. Let them come. Let them spend certainty. Let them believe they have found the sacred wound. Bulls lower their heads when shown a red door." The champion's laughter bubbled. "The Hulk is not the wound. The Hulk is a cathedral," Morbidius said softly. "All cathedrals teach by misdirection. Their eyes are here. Their wrath is here. Their dead are here." He turned toward a hanging cage of maintenance cherubs taken from the Daedalus crater during some forgotten skirmish of codes and salvage. Most were dead. One was not. Its mouth opened, and black bile dripped onto the floor in 7 slow drops. Their future is elsewhere. Deep within the Minotaur's own apothecarian, Daemon Ithro watched surgical steel betray him. He had sealed the Medici Bay and killed every mortal attendant within it. The wounded battle brothers remained restrained upon slabs, each one surrounded by diagnostic servitors, purity candles, and armed servo skulls. Their injuries were not worsening by any mortal measure. That was the horror. Their flesh stabilized, their hearts beat, their organs obeyed, their progenoid readings lied, then screamed, then lied again. Ithro lifted his narthecium and stared at the reductor drill. There were markings on it. At first, he thought them scratches from use. Then the magnification lenses in his eyes focused. The marks were too precise, too small for a blade, too deep for dust. Microscopic runes had formed along the surgical teeth, nested in the metal itself, like infections in bone. They were not carved. They were growing. He scraped them away with a sanctified edge. They returned before his hand finished moving. A diagnostic wand passed over one wounded brother's chest. Its rune slate declared the progenoid tissue necrotic. Ithro cut the flesh open without hesitation, parted the reinforced muscle and looked. Beneath, healthy, the gland pulsed cleanly, pale and viable, slick with blood, not dead, not corrupted to sight or scent, not changed in any way his enhanced senses could confirm. The narthecium wailed again. Dead tissue, contaminated tissue. Remove, burn, render, purge. The device's machine spirit had begun to misread living inheritance as corpse matter. Ithro felt something cold pass through him, colder than the Medici Bay, colder than stasis vaults, colder than void. The Death Guard were not merely poisoning blood. They were poisoning certainty. A blade that could not tell health from rot was no longer a tool. A guardian that could not recognize the future might murder it in the name of preservation. He opened a sealed channel to Moloch. "Apothecarian report," he said. "Surgical instruments contaminated by self-propagating blight script. Narthecia unreliable in proximity to exposed wounded. Progenoid assessment compromised. I require isolation of all gene vault ventilation routes and immediate execution of non-essential maintenance servitors." Moloch answered from the strategium. "Cause. Unknown vector. Possible internal." Encomi's voice entered the channel. "The ship is sealed." Ithro looked at the runes growing on his drill teeth. No seal prevents what was already inside. For a moment, only the sound of war filled the Vox. Then Moloch spoke. Continue containment. Containment may not be sufficient. Then exceed it. The channel closed. In the bountiful decay, Myrmidon's spear reached the outer doors of the central nave. The doors were immense, made from fused ship prows and cathedral gates, slick with condensation and half hidden beneath curtains of hanging gut cable. Hundreds of mortal faces had been pressed into the metal while still alive. Some moved their eyes as the Minotaurs approached. Vox speakers above them whispered prayers in languages dead before the Imperium learned to rot. Kordax lifted his chain fist. Breach! Melter fire struck the doors. Thunder hammers followed. The gates buckled inward, weeping black fluid from their seams. Beyond them lay a vast chamber lit by green fire and corpse candles, its ceiling lost in vapor, its floor a mosaic of bones. Plague marines waited within. So did plague ogrins, cult engines, drone swarms and bells hung from chains thick as anchor cables. Kordax stepped through first. Contact! Then the teleportarium lightning came again, not around Kordax, behind him. Across every Minotaur Vox channel, a command rune appeared. Ancient, absolute, unmistakable. Asterian Moloch entered battle. He materialized in the central nave with his honor guard around him, bronze giants appearing in a circle of white agony and displaced air. The plague mist recoiled from their arrival. Moloch stood at their center, larger than the warriors beside him, black spear in hand, shield locked to his arm, helm lenses burning like judgment beneath a bull crest. For one heartbeat, even the Death Guard did not fire. The black spear ignited. Its blade came alive with dark, killing light. Every Minotaur Vox channel went silent, not from awe alone, from reverence, from fear, from the knowledge that the chapter master had come to spend himself against the enemy, and that everything in his path, living or dead, loyal or damned, would be counted only after it had been destroyed. Moloch did not charge. He advanced. The central nave of the bountiful decay rang beneath his tread, each step measured, each motion deliberate, each adjustment of spear and shield made with the economy of a creature bred, butchered, remade and armored for the single act of killing. Around him the plague hulk groaned like a dying world. Its vaulted ceiling was lost behind curtains of green vapor and hanging chains. Its floor was made from bones mortared together with black resin. Corpse candles burned in the eye sockets of skulls. Bells tolled above, slow and wet, their sound carried through the chamber by no wind that mortal senses could name. The Death Guard waited in the nave, as if awaiting sacrament. Blightlord Terminators stood in ranks before swollen altars and ruptured reliquaries, their armor pitted, horned and distended with growths. Plague Marines gathered behind them in patient clusters, bolters lowered, cleavers resting in diseased hands. Mortal cultists packed every aisle and gallery, thousands upon thousands of them, their bodies wasted, swollen, sewn, branded and painted in old blood. Some shook censers, some crawled on flayed knees, some held rusted icons made from rib bones, and imperial aquilae bent into circles. They chanted as the Minotaurs entered, but the chant died when the black spear came alive. Moloch did not roar at them. He did not speak. He walked into their faith and began ending it. The first cultists to reach him were not enemies in any meaningful sense. They were movement beneath his notice. His shield struck one and broke the man's body so completely that the corpse hit the floor in pieces. The black spear took another through the chest and cast him aside with his ribs open like a split cage. A third vanished beneath Moloch's boot, skull collapsing, blood and brain matter spreading over the bone mosaic. Around him, his honor guard moved in bronze formation, storm shields forward, thunder hammers rising, combi melters tracking the true threats beyond the mortal swarm. The Death Guard opened fire. Bolter shells thudded into shields and armor, detonating with flashes of yellow fire and filthy shrapnel. Plague rounds burst against ceramite, leaving hissing stains and spreading veins of rot that Tech Marines would later scour with flame if any of the armor survived to be reclaimed. The Minotaurs answered with controlled volleys. Their bolters did not chatter in panic. They spoke in judgment. Each burst tore bodies apart, each detonation hollowing torsos, bursting heads, scattering arms and meat across altars of filth. Cultists became mist between the lines of transhuman war. Then the Honor Guard struck the Death Guard elite. Thunder hammers fell like the collapse of fortress gates. The first blow landed on a Blightlord's pauldron and detonated diseased Terminator plate inward, driving ceramite fragments through bloated flesh and blackened organs. The traitor sagged, then laughed, then raised a plague cleaver with both hands. A Minotaur storm shield met the cleaver mid-swing. The impact cracked the shield field in a burst of blue light. The Minotaur drove forward anyway, hammering his helm into the Death Guard warrior's faceplate before smashing the thunder hammer down again. The traitor's torso ruptured. Flies burst out in a thick black cloud. Combi melters fired at close range. White heat punched through swollen torsos, boring molten tunnels through armor and meat. One Blightlord caught a melter blast through the abdomen and kept walking while fire poured from the wound. His inner organs boiled, split, and ran down his greaves in burning ropes. He swung a flail made from rusted skulls, catching a Minotaur across the helm. The blow caved one side of the warrior's faceplate and snapped his head sideways. The Minotaur dropped to one knee, but his Stormbolter came up before he fell. He fired into the Blightlord's wound until the traitor's back burst open and sprayed the altar behind him with steaming rot. The nave became a place of crushing forces. Mortal cultists died without being targeted. They were crushed between colliding giants, smeared under ceramite boots, shredded by shell bursts meant for warriors behind them, or vaporized when melter fire crossed through their packed ranks. One knot of plague worshippers tried to drag a wounded Minotaur down with hooks and chains. He rose through them with a broken shield in one hand and a combat blade in the other, carving them apart so violently that their blood ran in sheets down his breastplate. Another group fled between a Death Guard champion and a Minotaur hammer-bearer, just as both warriors struck. The impact pulped the mortals flat, their bodies exploding outward in a red fan beneath the greater duel. Moloch passed through the carnage as if it had been planned for him. Every movement was murder refined by centuries of practice. A spear thrust opened a plague marine from throat to spine. A shield edge crushed a plague knife arm before the blade could land. A turn of the shoulder let a cleaver slide from his pauldron rather than bite deep. His return stroke took the wielder's head cleanly, though the body stood for 3 more heartbeats before realizing death had been delivered. The Death Guard did not fear him. That made them worth killing. From the far end of the nave came the heavy toll of a bell struck by hand. The Death Guard ranks parted, not with haste, but with reverence. Through the smoke and flies came Vargan the Wet Saint. He was massive, even among Blightlords. His Terminator plate had swollen around him like a tomb filled with drowned flesh. Green water poured constantly from rents in his armor, pattering onto the bone floor. Ropes of kelp like rot hung from his trophy hooks. Bells were nailed into his shoulders. His helm was shaped like the head of a drowned priest, the faceplate split by vertical slits from which flies crawled and fell. In his right hand, he carried a plague maul slick with brine and corpse fat. In his left, a cleaver curved like the moon over a charnel pit. "Bronze, Lord," Vargan voxed, his voice thick and bubbling. "Receive the kindness of grandfather's tide. Receive swelling. Receive softness. Receive the end of thirst." Moloch walked toward him. Vargan laughed, each breath becoming a spray of black fluid through his grill. "Blessed is the wound that does not close. Blessed is the blood that learns to flower. Blessed is the son who rots before his father." Moloch said nothing. The Wet Saint swung first. The plague maul struck Molok's shield with enough force to crack the bone mosaic beneath both warriors. The shield field flared and spat blue fire. Molok angled the impact away rather than absorbing it cleanly, stepped inside the arc, and drove the butt of the black spear into Vargan's knee. The blow alone would have broken a tank strut. The joint buckled. Rotten fluid burst from the armor seam. Vargan staggered but did not fall. His cleaver came down, scraping across Molok's helm crest, biting sparks from bronze. Molok slammed his shield into Vargan's chest. The Death Guard champion lurched back. Before he recovered, Molok struck the damaged knee again. This time the joint failed. The wet saint dropped to one leg, with a sound like wet masonry collapsing. "Blessed," Vargan gurgled, and spat a stream of bile across Molok's breastplate. "Blessed are the lowly." Molok thrust the black spear through him. The blade entered beneath the gorget and drove down through the bloated torso, punching through organs that should have been dead centuries earlier. Vargan convulsed. Bells rang on his shoulders. Molok kept walking, driving the impaled champion backward across the nave. Cultists scattered too slowly and died beneath them, crushed into paste under the dragging weight of the duel. The spear point struck the altar behind Vargan and went through him into the diseased stone. Molok pinned him there. The wet saint's arms twitched. His cleaver fell from his hand. His helm tilted toward Molok. "Blessed is the blade," he whispered. Molok twisted the spear. Vargan came apart around it. Across another aisle, Brother Hecaton fought with his sarcophagus open to the filth. A plague weapon had breached him earlier in the assault, a bladed cannon round punching through the Contemptor's chest plating and cracking the adamantium shell around the ancient warrior within. The wound should have forced withdrawal. It had not. Half the sarcophagus front hung open, exposing a glimpse of withered transhuman organs suspended in amniotic fluids, muscle bundles twitching beneath cables, old flesh lit by warning runes. Green corruption hissed at the edges of the breach. Hecaton's assault cannon still spun. His power fist still rose and fell. A plague Ogrin slammed into him with both arms raised. Hecaton caught it by the throat and crushed until the head burst inside its iron mask. His assault cannon fired point blank into a line of cultists and transformed them into a drifting red haze. A plague marine drove a rusted spear into the crack of the sarcophagus. Hecaton's voice grated across the vox. "Damage irrelevant. Coordinates required." A tech marine fighting behind him voxed back through static. "Brother, your sarcophagus is exposed. Withdraw for preservation." "Denied. Coordinates required." "Enemy heavy mass to your left. Range 20 paces. Plague engine forming line." "Confirmed." Hecaton turned and fired. The plague engine at the far arch took the full storm of shells into its face of iron and diseased hide. Plates burst. Limbs tore loose. A cultist crewman fused into the engine's flank was shredded so completely that only his jaw remained attached to the harness. Hecaton advanced through return fire, ancient organs visible, half dead and unstoppable. Through flies and corpse lenses, Lord Septivex Morbidius watched. He watched Molok pin Vargan to the altar. He watched the honor guard smash apart the nave defenders. He watched Hecaton fight with his own sacred remains, open to infection, and still ask only where to aim. He admired the Minotaurs, in the way a gardener admired hard soil before the rain softened it. They were already close to despair, not weak despair, not the flinching sorrow of mortals. The Minotaurs carried a better kind, obedient despair, violent despair, insular, hated, joyless certainty. They were loyal because they had been made into instruments, and instruments did not ask whether the hand that held them was clean. They killed their servants without remorse. They trusted no ally. They feared corruption more than extinction, yet they would choose extinction if ordered by the correct seal. Such souls were not immune to Nurgle's joke. They were the finest audience for it. Morbidius stroked the head of a corpse lens hanging from chains before him. The dead face had once belonged to a Minotaur serf. Its eyes had been replaced with plague crystals. Through them, He watched bronze slaughter rot. "Beautiful," he murmured. "They think cruelty keeps them clean." The nave battle turned. The Minotaurs did not win by courage. Courage was too small a word. They won by pressure, coordination, and sanctioned brutality. Kordax led Myrmidon's spear through the left flank, hammers breaking Blightlord bodies into the floor. Moloch's honor guard crushed the center. Assault squads descended from upper galleries, jump packs flaring, chains wards ripping through cult leaders and plague apostles. Hecaton broke the right flank by walking through it. The Death Guard line, patient and terrible, finally lost shape under the converging force. Kordax reached the reactor shrine first. It stood behind the nave's final altar, a swollen engine core wrapped in intestine cables, rusted heat baffles and devotional bells. Green light pulsed within it. Mortal attendants chained to the machinery sang through mouths full of wire. Plague priests tried to block the approach, raising censers and chanting in wet voices. "Overload it," Moloch voxed. Kordax's chain fist tore through the first priest. His squad placed melter charges along the reactor shrine's pressure vanes. A plague champion tried to intervene and was struck by 3 thunder hammers at once, his body vanishing into armor fragments and black spray. Hecaton locked his power fist around a primary coolant column and ripped it free, venting radioactive steam and bile across the altar steps. "Withdrawal in progress," Kordax voxed. "Leave none recoverable," Moloch replied. The Minotaurs began to pull back through the burning nave, firing as they withdrew, leaving thousands of cultists, pox things, and wounded plague servants behind them. The reactor shrine screamed as the charges armed. Green fire climbed the walls. Bells melted. Corpse gardens caught alight. The bountiful decay's sacred rot began to burn from within, and the faithful trapped inside raised their hands as though the flames were a final blessing. On the Daedalus crater, far from the visible war, the true infiltrators reached the gene vault perimeter. There were 7 of them at the heart of the rite. Biologous putrefier adepts moved in silence beneath stolen strips of Minotaur bronze, their plague tanks swaying against their backs, their injector arrays folded like insect limbs. Foul Blightspawn attendants followed, dragging hoses connected to pressurized vats that breathed and sloshed. Around them shuffled plague servitors, wearing stolen Minotaur faceplates over their ruined heads. Some faceplates were cracked. Some still bore kill marks and oath wax. Behind the false helms, dead eyes rolled in swollen sockets. They had not come through the great doors. They had come through maintenance channels, contaminated servitor paths, ventilation shrines, and ritual permissions kept alive by corrupted machine logic. The black bile from the cherub had done its work. The sacred filters whispered to the vault systems that all was pure. The servitor ident codes arrived wrapped in familiar devotional tags. The stolen faceplates carried fragments of battlefield data taken from fallen Minotaurs during the first breach. Blood samples, tissue traces, broken armor ciphers, fragments of encrypted apothecarian clearance. Enough truth to teach a lie how to kneel. The gene vault safeguards challenged them. The infiltrators did. Not force the challenge. They answered it. A plague servitor placed a severed Minotaur gauntlet onto a bronze reader. The hand inside was dead, but the flesh still held enough sacred biology to satisfy the first rite. A biologus adept opened a vial containing blood taken from a fallen battle brother and mixed it with a cloudy distillate. The reader tasted it, hesitated, then chimed approval. Another adept fed infected gene samples into the purity cogitator, not as an attack, but as confession. The machine spirit, trained to recognize the chapter's own inheritance as holy, received the samples as kin. False purity codes bloomed across the lock shrines. In the apothecarian, Daemon Ithro's instruments screamed again. He turned from the surgical slab as a rune lit on the far wall. Not alarm, not breach, something worse. Welcome protocol. His face hardened. No. He ran for the vault channel, but the quarantine shutters between him and the inner sanctum had already sealed under authority that looked like his own. At the gene vault, the final door began to open. Only 1 finger width. No siren sounded, no turret deployed, no murder servitor woke. Instead, a devotional chime rang through the frozen sanctum, soft and reverent, the sound meant to welcome apothecaries home. The first breath of the gene seed vault tasted of winter, iron, and desecration. Daemon Ithro reached the inner sanctum at a run, though no mortal would have recognized the movement as haste. He came like a blade drawn from a sheath, white apothecarian plate streaked with blood, narthecium locked across his forearm, reductor pistol in his other gauntlet. Behind him came 3 apothecarian brothers, each marked in bone white and bronze, each carrying the instruments of preservation that had become the tools of execution. Servo skulls swept ahead of them in jittering arcs, their little auspex lenses blinking red, green, as though the truth itself had begun to stutter. The vault doors stood open by less than the width of a warrior's hand. That was enough. Cold vapor crawled from the gap, rolling over Ithro's boots in pale folds. The devotional chime still sounded through the walls, soft and reverent, welcoming murderers into the most sacred chamber aboard the Daedalus crater. No alarm screamed, no turret tracked, no warding engine condemned the trespass. The vault's machine spirit believed the intruders had come home. Ithro slammed his palm against the override shrine. Apothecary Daemon Ithro, Blood Authority, Vault Command, reject welcome protocol, declare contamination, seal and purge. The shrine answered in a calm voice of bronze and static. Purity confirmed, lineage recognized, sanctum access blessed. Liar, Ithro said. He drove his fist through the shrine's faceplate. Brass, glass, and old bone cracked beneath his gauntlet. Sparks spat across his armor. The chime continued. One of his brothers, Apothecary Tydian, raised a melter cutter toward the door seam. Forced closure. Too late, Ithro said. He stepped through. The gene seed vault was the true cathedral of the Minotaurs, not the strategium, where Moloch sat in judgment, not the reliquary halls, where enemy skulls hung in cages, not the chapels, where Reclusiarch Encomi reminded warriors that mercy was a soft rot of the soul. Here, in the cold dark beneath layers of bronze, adamantium, prayer and murder logic, the chapter kept its future. Rows of cryogenic progenoid caskets glowed in the dark, each one suspended in its own stasis alcove, each haloed by frost and lumen light. They stretched away in ordered ranks like coffins for warriors not yet born. Every casket bore a name, a source, a death mark, a purity line, and a chain of oaths reaching back through battle brothers whose bodies had been opened on distant fields so the chapter might continue. Each frozen organ was more than flesh. It was a dead warrior's final service. It was an aspirant's possible ascension. It was a war not yet fought, a fortress not yet taken, a renegade not yet crushed beneath bronze boots. The Minotaurs did not love gently. They did not grieve cleanly. Yet here, even they had built something like reverence. The Death Guard had entered it. 7 alchemists stood among the caskets in cracked plague armor, their backs hunched beneath tanks of sloshing contagion and brass distillation engines. Their attendants moved around them, swollen and masked, dragging hoses that pulsed like veins. Plague servitors in stolen Minotaur faceplates shuffled between the rows, their dead hands pressed to access panels, their false helms convincing the machines with fragments of stolen identity. One had split open from throat to groin, yet remained upright, its intestines braided around glass vials that sprayed mist into the sacred air. Ithro fired the reductor pistol. The round punched through the nearest plague servitor's faceplate and detonated inside its skull. The stolen Minotaur helm burst outward. Bone, rotten brain matter and black fluid sprayed across a cryogenic alcove. The The servitor fell against a row of caskets, laughing with a throat that had already been cut open and replaced with a brass reed. Its chest split as it died, its bloodstream aerosolized, pumping a greasy vapor into the vault with each final spasm of its ruined heart. Ithro killed it again with a burst of mass reactive shells from his bolt pistol. It kept laughing until the remains stopped having lungs. Seal suits, Ithro voxed. No exposed flesh, no mortal breath, all samples suspect. The Apothecarian brothers spread into the chamber with weapons raised. Tydeon's surgical saw unfolded from his narthecium, teeth whining. Apothecary Galen carried a reductor drill that had extracted progenoids from dying brothers under artillery fire and from corpses half-eaten by Xenos things. Apothecary Stavros bore a plasma cutter in one hand and a gene auspex in the other, the auspex already contradicting itself in feverish runes. The Death Guard alchemists did not hurry. One turned toward Ithro. His helm was a plague beak of rusted brass, its lenses filmed with yellow scum. Vials hung from his chest in chains, each filled with cloudy fluid in which small shapes twitched. "Do not spill so much anger," the alchemist said. "It is a useful medium, but poor discipline." Ithro shot him twice in the chest. The shells cratered the plague armor and burst within, venting green smoke and black fluid. The alchemist rocked back, then steadied. From the holes in his breastplate, little flies emerged in a spiral. Tydeon struck from the flank. His surgical saw screamed through the alchemist's arm at the elbow, showering the caskets with sparks and pus. The severed limb hit the deck and crawled for 3 finger widths before Galen stamped it flat. The fight began in silence, then became butchery. Narthecia became weapons. Reductor drills punched through plague armor with wet, grinding force. Surgical saws sheared infected flesh from ceramite. Bone saws opened swollen throats. Apothecarian blades cut not to heal, but to remove, sever, deny, and burn. The Minotaurs' healers fought like executioners in a reliquary, because to them, healing had always been a narrow form of violence. Infection was answered by amputation. Doubt was answered by fire. Mercy was only useful when it ended suffering quickly enough to preserve what mattered. The Death Guard answered with plaguecraft. An alchemist cracked a vial against a casket bank. The glass broke without sound. The fluid inside did not spill downward. It climbed. It crawled over the frozen glass in branching lines, forming symbols too small for mortal eyes and too wrong for machine optics. Protein chains knotted in the frost. Blight sigils appeared, not carved upon the caskets, but grown through condensation, written in the language of diseased chemistry. The stasis field around the nearest progenoid sample flickered. Its pale interior light browned at the edges. Stavros read the auspex. "Casket line clean." The device chimed green. 3 heartbeats later, it screamed red, then green again, then red, red, green, red. "Contradictory returns," Stavros voxed. "Purity logic corrupted." "It is teaching the machine to doubt itself," Ithro said. The labyrinthine pox unfolded around them. It was not a simple disease. It did not merely rot meat, sour blood, or swell organs with fever. Such plagues were crude, and the Death Guard were artisans of ruin. This contagion moved through proof. It infected comparison. It corrupted the rituals by which sanctity was confirmed. The vault's purity engines sampled air and found it clean, while their internal filters wept black slime. Cryogenic caskets sweated through frost that should never have melted. Stasis fields filled with corpse smoke, thin grey vapor that coiled around sleeping. Progenoids like fingers. Machine spirits began to chant in broken Binharic, repeating equations that proved the same tissue dead, viable, corrupted, pure and blessed in the same breath. Ithro felt hatred rise in him, cold and perfect. A mortal genitor serf stumbled from behind one of the casket rows, mask cracked, hands raised. He wore the grey robes of the vault attendants, now spotted with black droplets. His eyes were wide behind smeared lenses. "My lord apothecary," he cried, "I am sealed, I am unbitten, I have not touched them. By my service record, by my father's service and his father's, I beg recognition." Ithro's pistol rose. The serf dropped to his knees. "I have served since birth." "Then die in service." The bolt round took him in the face and painted the casket behind him with blood, teeth, and skull fragments. Ithro switched channels to the vault interior. "All mortal genitor personnel are vectors. Execute." The remaining serfs began to scream. The apothecarian brothers obeyed without pause. Galen shot two as they tried to hide beneath a diagnostic altar. Tydian cut another in half when the man ran across his path, the surgical saw opening him from shoulder to hip in one wet diagonal spray. Stavros burned a cluster of attendants with his plasma cutter, their robes igniting, skin splitting, fat popping under the heat as they writhed between the sacred caskets they had maintained all their lives. None were tested. Testing had become suspect. Their loyalty was irrelevant. Their innocence was irrelevant. They had breathed inside the vault after the pox entered. That was enough. Outside the vault, the corridors became a wall of ceramite and rot. Cordax's Terminators arrived with Myrmidon's spear as plague reinforcements pushed toward the sanctum from maintenance channels and lower artery passages. The Death Guard had sent more than poxwalkers now. Plague Marines advanced shoulder to shoulder with swollen servitors and Blightlord remnants, their weapons barking from within clouds of flies. The Minotaurs locked storm shields across the corridor, forming a bronze barrier before the vault approach. The first impact shook the passage. A plague cleaver struck a storm shield and bit deep enough to wedge. The Minotaur behind it drove his thunderhammer over the shield rim and smashed the attacker's helm backward into the warrior behind him. Bolters fired through gaps measured in handspans. Mass reactive shells burst in diseased torsos, showering the walls with black blood and chunks of corrupted organ. Chain fists roared against armor. Plague knives scraped across ceramite, leaving thin lines of green corrosion that hissed like angry insects. Every corridor clogged with pieces of things that had once been warriors. A Minotaur lost his left arm to a blight grenade that burst against his elbow joint. He did not fall back. He locked his remaining hand around his stormbolter and kept firing until Cordax stepped past him and crushed the Death Guard who had thrown it. A Plague Marine with his chest blown open shoved his hands through the breach in his own torso and pulled out a nest of writhing worms, hurling them at the shield wall. Prometheum took them in mid-air. Another traitor was cut nearly in half by a chain fist, but his upper body crawled forward, laughing, until a thunderhammer flattened him into the deck. "Hold," Cordax said. His warriors held. No plea came from the vault, no request for rescue. Apothecaries did not ask for mercy, and Cordax would not have understood it if they had. Inside, Ithro reached the central casket spine. The labyrinthine pox had already touched more than he could count. The casket still glowed, still hummed, still reported their sacred contents as viable. Yet beneath magnification, he saw the changes. Tiny chains of protein curling into sevenfold knots, frost patterns forming circles inside circles, progenoid tissue twitching in its suspension as though dreaming. Some samples pulsed too quickly, some too slowly. Some displayed brief, impossible movement, not biological so much as devotional, as if the organs were bowing to something unseen. The vox crackled. Ithro ignored it and drove his drill into another alchemist's throat, boring through diseased flesh until the traitor's spine burst out the back of his neck. The alchemist collapsed, still trying to speak through the spinning drill. The vox crackled again. This time the voice that came through belonged to Brother Karen, a Minotaur who had died during the first breach. Ithro had seen his body. He had removed the progenoids with his own hand. Karen's throat had been gone. "Ithro," said the dead warrior. The apothecary froze for less than a heartbeat. "False voice," he said. The dead brother laughed, but the laughter was wet, old and kind. You keep your sons in jars. We have taught them to bloom." Morbidius spoke through Charon's corpse memory, through contaminated vox loops, through stolen blood, and the blasphemous chemistry now teaching the Vault to welcome rot as lineage. Ithros severed the channel with a command blink. "Emergency purge rites," he said. "Central spine, manual authority. Destroy all caskets marked unstable." Stavros turned toward him. Marked by which reading? Ithro looked at the Auspex runes flickering green and red. Life and death, purity and corruption. Mine. There was no time for sorrow. Sorrow would come later, if the chapter permitted it to exist. Ithro began killing the future. He moved from casket to casket, with reductor, flame, and override codes. The first casket cracked under his drill. Frost burst outward. The progenoid sample within, pale and precious, shivered as the purge charge ignited. It burned in white chemical fire until nothing remained but ash floating in suspension fluid. That organ had been taken from a dead brother on a nameless battlefield. It might have become a warrior. It might have carried the chapter's wrath into another century. Ithro destroyed it and moved to the next. Tydian followed, jaw clenched inside his helm, plasma cutter burning through a row of compromised caskets. Galen planted microcharges and turned 3 more into shattered glass and boiling gene fluid.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
Stavros recited the names attached to each casket as it died, not as prayer, but as accounting. Brother Menoetios, recovered from the Hyraxian censure. Fire. Brother Acast, recovered from the Black Gorge compliance. Glass burst inward. Brother Theron, recovered from the lament of Vord. Ash swirled in cold light. Dozens died before implantation. Dozens of possible battle brothers murdered before bone could thicken, before hearts could be doubled, before black carapace could be grown beneath skin, before hypnochains could teach them doctrine, before a bolter could be placed in their hands. The Minotaurs were not sentimental, but Ithro felt each destruction as the severing of a war yet unwaged. The chapter did not breed sons easily. Every future warrior cost blood, selection, surgery, failure, death, and secrecy. Now he burned them by the row because the alternative was worse. The Vault fought him, not with guns, with permission. Purge runes locked, then unlocked, then declared themselves unnecessary. The caskets marked unstable returned to viable status. The ones marked viable began sweating smoke. The machine spirit chanted in corrupted Binharic, its voice layered with static and flies. Continuance preserved, continuance blessed, continuance viable, 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 viable. Ithro struck the central command altar with his fist, hard enough to crack the bronze casing. Reject viability. Accept contamination by apothecarian sight. The Vault replied, calm and cold. Apothecarian instruments compromised. Manual judgment inefficient. Sacred stock remains viable. Behind him, the last biologous alchemist pulled himself across the floor with one arm, lower body gone, fluids trailing behind him. He reached toward a casket bank with a needle extended from his wrist. Tydian pinned him with a boot. The alchemist looked up. His cracked helm lenses glistened. "Your sons will be grateful," he whispered. Tydian's surgical saw descended and split him lengthwise. Outside, Cordax's line drove the plague reinforcements back by inches, each inch bought with detonations, cracked armor and bodies ground into the deck. Inside, the gene seed vault drowned in frost, smoke, and contradiction. At last, the inner doors slammed shut, not by Ithro's command, by the vault's own. Locking bolts thundered into place. The surviving caskets sealed behind individual stasis veils. Purge controls went dark. The air recyclers shifted to internal sanctity mode, drawing the corpse smoke deeper through filters that now hummed with false contentment. A final declaration rolled from the walls in a voice that had once meant safety. Emergency contamination event resolved. Majority of stock remains viable. Continuance preserved. Praise be to the Emperor. Praise be to the chapter. Ithro stood among shattered caskets, dead serfs, butchered alchemists, and the ashes of unborn warriors. The surviving rose glowed softly in the dark. Green runes marked them clean. Red memory marked them damned. He understood then, with a certainty colder than any fear he had known in battle, that the vault had not saved the chapter's future. It had hidden the wound inside it. The machine could no longer see the corruption. The bountiful decay died slowly, and because it belonged to the Death Guard, it died unwillingly. The Plague Hulk did not break apart in clean segments. It ruptured like a swollen corpse left too long beneath a diseased sun. Its reactor shrine overloaded from within, spilling green fire through cathedral ribs and half-living conduits. Whole decks flexed outward before bursting, vomiting cultists, pox things, plague servitors, bone altars, ammunition shrines, and burning gene vats into the void. The flames that crawled through it were wrong-colored, not orange or white, but bilious emerald and corpse yellow, licking along rusted hull plates, as if feeding rather than consuming. Bells rang across the Hulk's spine until the chains holding them melted. Their sound carried through no atmosphere, yet every Minotaur helm registered the vibration as a low, wet tolling beneath the Vox. The Daedalus crater fired into the dying vessel until its own gun decks glowed. Macro cannon shells struck the Hulk's wounded flank, each impact tearing open another chamber of rot. Lance beams cut through spires of diseased metal and exposed arteries of cable thick with black fluid. Torpedoes followed, punching into chapel towers and engine blisters, detonating deep enough that the Hulk's inner pressure blew outward in great petals of fire. The ship should have been dead long before. It continued drifting, shedding burning parts, still leaking attack craft, still coughing clouds of flies and infected wreckage. Then the corpse smog came. It poured from the Hulk's wounds in continent-sized curtains, a rolling mass of grey-green vapor and shredded bodies that spread between the plague fleet and the Minotaur's guns. Auspex spirits wailed, target locks dissolved, range markers became scripture in dead languages, picked feeds filled with images of drowning men, horned skulls, and child-sized hands pressing from the inside of the display glass. Demon interference crawled over every frequency. Vox officers cut channels as they began whispering prayers that were not imperial. 3 were shot before they finished the first verse. Behind the smog, the Death Guard withdrew. They did not flee. Flight implied fear, urgency, a desire to live. Their crippled cruisers turned with graveyard patience. Corpse barges drifted backward into the warp wound, dragging chains of frozen dead. Drone carriers vanished behind clouds of spores. The remnants of the bountiful decay broke away from itself, some sections still burning, others still inhabited, all of it retreating into corruption-thick void, as though drawn by a tide. The last enemy contact to fade from the Auspex was not a ship, but a bell sound, slow and pleased. The Minotaurs did not cheer. The fortress monastery survived. That was all. Asterion Moloch returned through the teleportarium in a burst of white light and displaced filth. He stepped from the circle before the lightning had finished crawling across his armor. Bronze plate was scorched black across the chest and left pauldron. His shield bore a deep split from a plague cleaver, the field generator whining in protest beneath layers of corrosion. The black spear still burned in his fist, its blade hissing where diseased blood boiled away from the killing edge. Strips of flesh clung to his greaves. Something that had once been a face slid from the rim of his shield and slapped wetly onto the deck. No triumphal horns sounded, no banners lowered, no serfs were permitted to witness glory. Those mortal attendants present in the teleportarium kept their faces down until Moloch passed, because to look upon the chapter master in the moments after battle
was to look upon a weapon still deciding whether the war had ended. Captain Thesauron Cordax translated moments later with the remains of Myrmidon's spear. One Terminator fell to a knee when he materialized, his left side eaten down to blackened underarmor, plague corrosion still smoking along the rib plates. Another dragged the severed head of a Blight Lord by its horn, not as trophy, but as sample. Brother Hecaton came through by heavy retrieval lock, his contemptor frame limping, one leg actuator shrieking, half his sarcophagus still cracked open. Ancient fluid steamed around the exposed remnants of the warrior inside. A tech marine approached with repair rights already spilling from his Vox grill. "Stasis casket required," the tech marine said. Hecaton's red optic turned toward the Strategium access. "Enemy status. Retreating. Then repair may wait. Your sarcophagus is breached, Honored One. Breaches are for enemies." The tech marine hesitated, then bowed and marked the dreadnought's condition as combat functional. Moloch entered the Strategium, still coated in the Hulk's gore. The chamber had not become calmer in victory. If anything, it had grown colder. Hololiths displayed casualty columns, ammunition depletion, deck quarantine maps, contamination spread, and hull trauma. Every screen offered a different shape of loss. Mortal deaths rose too quickly for the servitors to recite in full. Their stitched open mouths clicked, stuttered, and continued the tally. One had overheated from the quantity of numbers forced through its cogitator throat. Its tongue was black. Smoke rose from its ears. It continued speaking until its jaw mechanism snapped. "Report," Moloch said. The first command thrall bowed so low his augmetic forehead struck the deck. "Outer bastion breaches contained. Lower munition decks under partial purge. Plague Hulk crippled. Enemy boarding waves broken. Enemy fleet withdrawing under corpse smog. Void shield contamination reduced, but unresolved. Ammunition expenditure severe. Reactor stress within acceptable margins. Casualties." The thrall began listing them. Not names, functions, armsmen, gun crews, hull serfs, munition loaders, deck prefects, astropathic remains, servo haulers, engine bondsmen, medici attendants, servitors lost to anomalous devotional recursion, chapter serf clans rendered unviable, Astartes wounded, Astartes dead, Astartes sealed under suspicion. Moloch listened without movement. Encomi stood beside the casualty pit, Crozius planted against the deck, Skullhelm turned toward the maps. The Reclusiarch's armor was crusted with ash and dried black blood. Several of his oath seals had burned away. He had not replaced them. Replacement implied closure. "Begin internal censure," Moloch said. The order passed into the ship like a killing toxin. Entire decks became slaughterhouses. Infected mortals were executed first. Those with lesions, fever, blackened veins, swollen tongues, false prayers, uncontrolled laughter, weeping eyes, or fly signs beneath the skin were dragged from their posts and shot against bulkheads. Armsmen exposed to unfiltered air were lined up by squads and burned with sanctified promethium. Men who had fought well died beside men who had run. Men who had held their ground died beside men who had begged. The distinction did not matter. Exposure was not character. Exposure was a vector. Suspect serfs followed. The Minotaurs did not waste time separating panic from infection, fatigue from possession, grief from plague fugue. A deck clan that had served the chapter for 11 generations was locked in its habitary shrine and vented into space after one child began coughing black phlegm onto the floor. A shell-loading crew was incinerated when 3 men reported hearing bells after the Vox systems had gone silent. Medici serfs from compromised transit routes were shot in the knees first, so their bodies would not fall against sterile thresholds. Servitors were not spared. A servitor whose machine spirit repeated the same devotional line more than 7 times was destroyed by bolt pistol. A turret that tracked friendly movement for longer than permitted was burned out with plasma. A cargo hauler that paused before a quarantine door, as though listening, was dismantled by tech marines
and cast into an acid pit, while Binharic exorcisms shrieked from loudspeakers. A mortal officer on deck Brassos tried to appeal. "My lord, my men held the line. Their masks remained sealed. They deserve examination." The Minotaur sergeant before him looked down through red lenses. They
received examination. When? When the order reached them. The sergeant raised his bolt pistol. The officer straightened in the final second, perhaps from courage, perhaps because there was no room left for terror. "By terror," the officer said. The shot opened his head across the wall. By the time the censure teams moved on, the deck ran with blood, chemical foam, and human waste. The bodies were left for corpse servitors, except in the sealed zones where even servitors were no longer trusted. Those compartments were burned until the walls glowed. In the chapel of unbroken censure, Ivanos Enkomi conducted the victory rite. The surviving Minotaurs stood in ordered ranks beneath banners stiff with smoke. Terminators, tactical brethren, assault squads, stern guard, tech marines and apothecarian officers stood together without ceremony, beyond position and function. No mortal attended, no choir sang. The chapel's statues looked down with bull-headed severity, their bronze faces darkened by soot. At the far end, Moloch stood upon the black stone dais, helm under one arm, face unreadable, spear held upright beside him. Enkomi spoke from the altar. He did not praise them. He sentenced the battle. Outer bastion resistance, adequate. Lower munition response, delayed but corrected. Mortal defense component, expended within projected tolerance. Armurium loss, severe, acceptable. Void shield contamination, unresolved. Dreadnought preservation, compromised, functional. Astartes casualty ratio, costly, not crippling. Enemy boarding waves, broken. Enemy hulk, crippled. Enemy objective, unidentified. His voice rolled through the chapel like a blade drawn slowly across stone. The dead will be rendered by function. Their service remains recorded. Their weakness remains irrelevant. Their flesh will feed the engines, the corpse vaults, or the fires, as contamination permits. No mourning is authorized until infection maps are resolved. No laurels are authorized while enemy purpose remains unknown. This is victory by survival only. Survival is not absolution. No warrior answered. That was the proper response. The Minotaurs did not mourn as other chapters might. They did not gather around bodies and speak memories over them. They did not sing of brotherhood beneath stars or carve grief into saga stones. Loss was assessed, recorded, weaponized. The dead became instruction. The wounded became either repairable assets or future liabilities. Even glory was suspect until it had been stripped down to utility. Enkomi lifted his Crozius. By blood spent, by bronze held, by terrors writ, the chapter endures. The chapel doors opened. The sound alone was enough to turn every helm. Apothecary Daemon Ithro entered without waiting for permission. He had removed his helm. That was the first violation. His face was pale beneath old scars and fresh gore, one cheek burned by chemical frost, one eye ringed with burst capillaries. His white armor was stained with black bile, red blood, gene fluid, and the ash of destroyed progenoid stock. His narthecium was locked in place, but wrapped in quarantine seals. 2 servo skulls followed him, both carrying sealed sample caskets, marked with absolute hazard runes. No one spoke. Every warrior in the chapel understood the shape of the moment. To interrupt a rite before Moloch was either catastrophe or execution, sometimes both. Ithro walked to the base of the dais and stopped. "Chapter Master," he said, "you are required in the gene vault." The silence hardened. Enkomi turned his skull helm slowly. "This rite is not concluded." Ithro did not look at him. "Then conclude it dead." A growl moved through the nearest line of warriors. It died when Moloch lifted one hand. The chapter master descended from the dais. "Speak." "Not here." Moloch looked at him for a long moment.
You measure your words poorly. I measure contamination better. Enkomi's Crozius tightened in his grip. Cordax's helm turned fully toward the apothecary. The chapel seemed to wait for the sound of Ithro's death. Instead, Moloch placed his helm upon his head. Lead. The gene vault opened only after 4 execution protocols were overridden by Moloch's personal authority. The path to it had become a corridor of bodies. Dead janitor serfs lay in sealed bags, though several bags had been burned through from within by chemical purge. Plague. Servitors had been cut apart and arranged for later analysis, their stolen Minotaur faceplates placed on a separate tray as evidence of desecration. The air reeked of frost, promethium, antiseptic, and something sweet beneath all 3. Inside, the vault looked untouched. That was the first horror. The rows of caskets still glowed in ordered ranks. Cryogenic halos shone around them. Frost clung to the glass. Data slates displayed green viability marks. The central machine spirit hummed in calm devotion. From a distance, the sacred heart of the chapter remained intact. Ithro walked them deeper. Moloch, Enkomi, and Cordax followed. No honor guard entered. No mortal approached. Even the servo skulls waited outside after Ithro sealed the inner door behind them. The apothecary stopped beside the first casket and magnified its interior display onto a hovering picked pane. Visual condition appears stable, he said. Cryogenic pressure acceptable. Stasis continuity unbroken. Progenoid sample viable according to vault logic. He touched the rune for deeper magnification. The image descended into tissue. At first, there was only pale gene matter suspended in preservation fluid. Then the view narrowed. Protein chains shivered in ordered spirals. Cells glowed beneath Auspec's light. For 3 heartbeats, it seemed clean. Then the blight pattern appeared. It was nested inside the gene helix, impossibly fine, a 7-fold knot hidden within the structure rather than upon it. Not a growth on the tissue, not rot in the fluid, something written into the proof of identity itself. Ithro moved to the next casket, then the next, then the next. Casket after casket displayed the same contradiction. Green marks above, blight beneath. Some progenoid samples lay still, corrupted only at a scale too small for any battlefield test. Others twitched inside stasis, a subtle pulsing movement that looked almost like dreaming. One curled in its suspension fluid and uncurled again, as though some unborn thing within it had turned toward the sound of flies. Another exhaled a thread of grey smoke, despite the impossibility of breath. The vault declared each viable. Enkomi's voice was low. How far? Ithro did not answer immediately. He led them to the central spine, where the destroyed caskets lay blackened behind sealed purge glass. Dozens had been reduced to ash, the remains swirling in cold suspension. Names were etched above them. Dead brothers, future sons, extinguished lines. I burned those I could prove were unstable, Ithro said. Proof has become unreliable. That is the weapon. Not rot alone. Contradiction. The pox attacks our capacity to confirm purity. It teaches the machines to bless corruption. It teaches Narthesia to misread living progenoid as dead meat and dead meat as sacred stock. It hides inside thresholds. Cordax stepped closer to one casket. The sample within twitched once. Can it be cut out? No. Burned out? With the vault. Then burn it. Ithro turned to him. Burning the vault saves honor and murder's continuation. Preserving it risks implanting corruption into every initiate drawn from this stock. There is no local purification rite sufficient. No Medici protocol, I trust. No machine answer that has not already been taught to lie. Enkomi looked at the glowing rose, then at Moloch. The Death Guard did not seek to defeat us in battle, the Reclusiarch said. They sought to place doubt in the blood. Every aspirant becomes a question, every neophyte a possible shrine, every victory a delayed death. They have made the future itself an infection vector. Cordax's hands clenched. We pursue. We take their warlord. We open him and find the cure in whatever passes for his heart. Ithro's expression did not change. You will find pus, laughter, and another lie. The vault hummed gently around them. Moloch had not moved. He stared at the caskets, not as a father might stare upon endangered sons, but as a commander assessing a battlefield after the smoke had cleared. No rage entered his face, no denial, no plea to the emperor, no curse for the plague god. He did not strike the glass. He did not ask whether Ithro was certain. Certainty had died in the chamber and left its corpse standing upright. At last, Moloch spoke. How many sons remain clean? Ithro looked at him. The silence was the answer. Enkomi bowed his skull helm a fraction, as though receiving a verdict he had expected and hated for expecting. Kordax turned away from the casket, his armor servos growling. Moloch set the butt of the black spear against the vault floor. The sound echoed down the rows of frozen inheritance. Seal the vault. Ithro nodded once. Under apothecarian authority? Under mine. Moloch's voice hardened across the chamber vox, carrying into the walls, the lock shrines, the murder servitors, the gun spirits, and every command artery tied to the sacred chamber. Gene Vault is placed under triple execution protocol. No access without my living seal, reclusiarch confirmation, and apothecarian blood authority. Any warrior, serf, magos, servitor, or apothecary attempting unauthorized entry is to be killed without challenge. Any system countermanding this order is to be destroyed. Any witness questioning this order is to be silenced. The vault's machine spirit chimed as though receiving a blessing. Ithro looked at the green runes glowing over the corrupted stock. For the first time in his service, the sound of approval filled him with hatred. The Daedalus Crater had won. That was what the kill tallies said. That was what the void maps said. That was what the broken enemy signatures receding into corpse smog said. That was what the dead plague things in the lower decks said as they burned beneath promethium and sanctified acid. The fortress monastery had endured the Death Guard's assault. The bountiful decay had been crippled. The boarding waves had been broken. The Minotaurs had stood within their walls, then struck outward, then returned with their armor blackened and their enemies reduced to ash, rot, and drifting wreckage. Victory had a shape aboard the Daedalus Crater. It looked like quarantine shutters locked over corridors where loyal men screamed themselves hoarse. It smelled like burning flesh, chemical frost, and machine oil. It sounded like casualty servitors reciting losses until their vocal mechanisms cracked. It tasted like blood behind the teeth of warriors who had not removed their helms since the first bell had rung. The chapter had won the battle and lost the future. That contradiction moved through the ship like a second plague. In the apothecarian, the living were tested as though they were already dead. Battle brothers stood naked from the waist above, inside circles of warded bronze, their armor removed piece by piece and placed beneath separate auspex arches. Their black carapace glistened beneath cold lumen light. Their skin, pale and scarred, bore the old marks of implantation, battlefield repair, and ritual incision. Servo skulls orbited them with needle limbs and gene-scrying lenses. Apothecaries moved between them, with Narthesia sealed in quarantine wrappings, reductor tools locked, pistols loose at the hip. No warrior objected. No warrior asked whether the tests were necessary. Doubt had become a contaminant. Obedience remained cleaner. The first line of readings came clean. The second did not. A veteran of the Hecaton shield wall, Brother Macedon, stood with his arms extended as the Auspex halo passed over him. His progenoid signatures displayed green purity marks. The runes held steady while the chapel clocks chimed the first prayer cycle. At the second prayer cycle, the same runes flashed amber. At the third, they burned red. When a relic fragment taken from the chapter's reliquary was brought within arm's reach, The readings returned to green, then split into both states at once, the slate displaying contradictory verdicts in stuttering columns. "Again," said Damon Ithro. The test repeated. Green beneath low temperature, red beneath standard temperature, amber when the subject recited the Catechism of Continuance, clean when the warrior stood near the bones of a dead captain, corrupted when the relic was removed, viable under one machine spirit, unviable under another, holy under blood assay, diseased under tissue echo. Brother Macedon looked down at Ithro. "Am I condemned?" Ithro did not answer quickly. That alone was worse than death. "You are contained," the apothecary said. "That was not my question. It is the only answer authorized." Macedon nodded once. "Then I remain useful until ordered otherwise." "You do. Good." He returned to the containment line without another word. Others were not granted containment. An assault brother whose readings screamed red under every rite was taken behind a sealed curtain and executed with a reductor round through the primary heart, secondary heart, and skull. The organs were removed, examined, declared suspect, and burned. A Stern Guard veteran, whose gene signature shifted whenever Encomi's recorded sermons played over the chamber, Vox asked for permission to return to his squad until certainty was restored. Ithro denied him. The veteran knelt. A Minotaur sergeant put a bolt through the back of his head. His body was opened before it stopped twitching. The chapter could no longer trust its own blood. In the aspirant vaults, the purges were worse. The hypno-indoctrination cradles lay in a long chamber beneath brass icons and surgical lamps. The boys within them were no longer mortal in any honest sense, though they were not yet Astartes. Their bones had begun to thicken. Their organs had begun to change. Their dreams were filled with weapon drills, catechisms, kill runes, oath shapes, and the cold command language of the chapter. They slept with tubes in their throats and needles in their spines, while machine voices taught them that pain was data and fear was waste. When the apothecarian declared the first cradle compromised, the chamber prefect did not ask for a second opinion. The cradle sealed. Promethium flooded the interior. The aspirant woke as the fire took him, augmented lungs dragging flame into a body still being made sacred. His hands clawed against the glass. His mouth opened around the feeding tube. His eyes found the apothecary watching from beyond the glare. Then the interior became white and orange, and the boy's silhouette folded into ash. The next cradle burned, then the next. Some readings were uncertain. That did not save them. Uncertainty had become guilt wearing a mask. In the scout barracks, the neophytes received their judgment standing. They were young by Astartes' measure, not yet fully armored in the glory of ceramite, but already taller and broader than mortal men. They had fought in lesser actions, bled under instruction, killed under observation, learned silence beneath punishment. Their squad sergeant stood before them, with his helm held beneath one arm, while Ithro's assistants moved down the line. The first was clean and sent to isolation. The second was declared unstable and shot. The third asked whether he would be permitted to die with a blade in hand. The sergeant looked at Ithro. Ithro said, "Denied. Blades preserve dignity. This is sanitation." The neophyte accepted the words. He knelt. He was thanked as an asset and destroyed. No comfort was offered. Comfort had no tactical value. The failed did not receive last words beyond those they could fit between verdict and detonation. The bodies were burned in separate furnaces. The ash was not mingled with honored dead. It was logged, sealed, tested, and later burned again. All through the Daedalus crater, the Minotaurs cut inward. They had always been cruel to others. The Death Guard had taught them to turn that cruelty upon their own lineage. In the brazen chamber, the council gathered beneath hololiths, stained red by system loss, infection maps, and projected extinction curves. Moloch sat upon his throne with the black spear across his knees. His armor had not been fully repaired. Scorch marks remained across the breastplate. The cracked shield rested beside the throne, still crusted at the rim with Death Guard filth, sealed beneath translucent quarantine lacquer. Encomi stood to his right, Crozius in hand, Skullhelm watching every speaker. Kordak stood below the dais, Terminator plate locked and scarred, one chain fist newly replaced after corrosion had eaten through the old housing. Ithro stood opposite him in white armor that no longer looked white beneath the stains of the vault. There were no poets in that chamber, no philosophers, no soft-voiced lords speaking of honor, destiny, or grief. The Minotaurs debated survival as logistics, fuel, warp routes, ammunition reserves, purity seals, quarantine losses, fleet readiness, navigator stability, astropathic viability. How many surf populations could be abandoned without crippling the ship? How many compromised decks could be excised from circulation? How many worlds along the path to Terra possessed promethium, gene-reactive reagents, replacement crew stock, or orbital dry docks worth stripping? Kordak spoke first, when the casualty projections ended. "We pursue the 7th Plague Company." Ithro turned his head toward him. "No." Kordax's helm lenses remained fixed on the apothecary. "We board every hulk they hide behind. We butcher every plague brewer. We take Morbidius by chain and hook. We open him until the cure falls out, or his screams become instructive. Vengeance will not restore the gene stock. It will restore consequence. No, it will spend warriors we cannot replace." Kordax took one step forward. The deck trembled under Terminator weight. "They touched the vault. They destroyed our ability to trust it," Ithro replied. "There is a difference. One invites rage, the other requires action." Kordax's chain fist twitched once. "You speak like a man already defeated. I speak like the one who counted what remains." Encomi's Crozius struck the floor once. The sound silenced the chamber. "The apothecary is correct," the Reclusiarch said. "Revenge is clean. That is why it tempts. Survival is fouler. That is why it must be chosen." Kordax turned toward him. "You would let the Death Guard withdraw. I would let hatred wait its turn. No Minotaur forgets. No Minotaur survives by memory alone." Moloch listened without motion. A hololith above him showed the path toward Terra as a broken chain of warp lanes, quarantine systems, disputed routes, refugee storms, and empiric distortion left in the wake of the Great Rift. The throne world glowed at the far end, like a wound made of light. Around it clustered imperial authority, suspicion, salvation, and execution. Terra held purified reserves. Terra held gene vaults older and colder than any shipborne sanctum. Terra held powers that could save the chapter or condemn it with the same seal. Encomi turned toward the throne. "Our duty is continuation," he said. "The chapter's bloodline cannot be trusted in local custody. The vault is compromised beyond our rights. But Terra has reserves. Purified stock, sealed stock, stock beyond the reach of this immediate corruption, unless the Death Guard's reach has become greater than we understand." A magos attached to the armory spoke through a grill of brass teeth. "Transit toward Terra requires breach of multiple unstable warp corridors. Probability of further contamination contact, severe. Probability of bureaucratic obstruction upon arrival, extreme. Probability of external censure if taint is detected before petition is received, non-trivial." Kordax gave a low, humorless sound. "Speak plainly, machine priest." The magos' ocular lenses clicked. "Other imperial authorities may decide the most efficient preservation of purity is annihilation of this vessel. That is plain enough." Encomi's voice became harder. "Our ties to high authority must be invoked before rivals, inquisitors, frightened admirals, or pious fools name us tainted beyond use. We are the Emperor's executioners, by writ and blood. Yet even executioners are burned when plague marks the hand." Moloch finally spoke. "How long before viability collapse?" Ithro answered. "I cannot give a true number. Give the false one. Local reserve use is forbidden. Initiate implantation from compromised stock risks future corruption. Living recruitment pipeline is crippled. Aspirant survival after purge is minimal. If no purified reserves are secured, the chapter enters terminal decline within a strategic generation. Operational strength decays sooner. Current strength? Repairable, not renewable. Route? The Magos lifted a mechadendrite into the hololith. Segmentum solar approach via contested corridors. Safe passage impossible. Fast passage costly. Slow passage increases biological uncertainty. Moloch looked across the chamber, first to Kordax, then to Ithro, then to Enkomi. What must be stripped? The answer came in lists. The infected auxiliary populations in the lower holds could not be saved. Abandonment or purge. The compromised decks near the munition arteries required total atmosphere burn, meaning the loss of thousands more mortal crew. Contaminated reserve organs outside the main vault had to be destroyed. Any gene sample touched by the labyrinthine pox, even indirectly, was to be rendered to ash. Armor bearing persistent blight reactions would be scoured or cast into plasma. Servitor cohorts exposed to anomalous. Devotional loops would be terminated and replaced from frozen penal stock. Astropathic choir remnants were to be incinerated, and the ashes fired into the void. Worlds along the route, Moloch said. The Magos hesitated, only because his logic engines selected the least inflammatory phrasing. Several Imperial holdings possess needed supplies. Their consent is uncertain. Their survival after requisition is not required. Mark them. Runes appeared along the path to Terra. Fuel, flesh, arms, purity chemicals, navigator replacements, choir stock, ammunition, dry dock labor, medici reagents, billions of mortal lives reduced to icons of usefulness. Moloch rose. The decision had already been made. The Council had merely carved away the unneeded shapes around it. We abandon infected auxiliaries, purge compromised decks, destroy contaminated reserve organs, strip what is required. We go to Terra. Kordax bowed his helm, but the motion carried violence rather than agreement. And Morbidius? Moloch looked down at him. The dead weight. Kordax accepted that, not gladly. Gladness had no place in him. The purges deepened after the council. The reserve organ chambers burned for 6 hours. Caskets were opened, sampled, condemned, and destroyed. The smell crawled through sealed ducts, despite all filtration, a bitter stink of cooked sacred flesh and chemical ash. Apothecaries stood watch, as their own inheritance died by their command. No one spoke the names after the first hour. The list was too long, and names had begun to feel like indulgence. In the compromised decks, Minotaur kill teams moved with flamers, bolters, and gene-scrying skulls. Entire hab clusters of auxiliary crew were driven behind blast gates and vented when flame reserves ran low. In one lower hold, a population of engine bondsmen refused to enter the purge chamber and barricaded themselves inside a coolant shrine. Kordax sent a dreadnought through the door. The barricade lasted less than a minute. The screams lasted longer. The report filed afterward noted loss of labor stock and reduction of infection risk. The Death Guard aftermath remained alive in the metal. Bronze plating near the gene vault perimeter began to sweat green patina. At first it appeared as tarnish. Then faces formed within it. Laughing faces, wide-mouthed, eyeless, delighted. The bull icons of the Minotaurs grew soft around the edges, their horns curling into fly wings, their mouths opening in silent mirth. Tech Marines descended upon them with sanctified drills, acid scrapers and flame sensors, grinding away the infected bronze, while Binharic prayers screamed from their vox grills. The faces came back, again and again. One Tech Marine worked until his gauntlets sparked and his drill teeth shattered. He did not stop. When the patina spread onto his forearm plate, he severed the gauntlet at the elbow seal and ordered an assistant to burn it. The assistant hesitated. The Tech Marine killed him with a mechadendrite spike through the throat, then continued grinding with his remaining limbs. In a sealed maintenance corridor near the outer apothecarian, a dying servitor was found crawling against its restraints. It had once been part of a ventilation cohort. Its lower body had been crushed by a blast door. Its spine trailed wires. Its face had been replaced by a smooth iron plate marked with the Minotaur sigil, but the sigil had turned green and wet. Every few seconds the servitor convulsed, dragging itself another handspan along the deck. A sergeant found it first and raised his bolt pistol. The servitor spoke before he fired, not in its own machine voice, in the slow, kind, corpse-warm voice of Septivex Morbidius. You will come to Terra bearing rot in sealed jars. You will call it duty. We will call it pilgrimage. The sergeant shot it through the head. The voice continued from the ruptured vox grill, bubbling through sparks and black fluid. Pilgrimage, pilgrimage, pilgrimage. A flamer ended the message. The words reached Moloch anyway. He received them in the strategium, while the Daedalus Crater prepared to turn. He gave no outward sign. Enkomi stood beside him, reading the same transcription. They want us moving, the Reclusiarch said. Yes. They want us afraid of arrival. Yes. They want Terra to see us as a wound. Moloch watched the hololith of the throne world burn at the end of the broken route.
Then Terra will see a weapon. And if Terra sees contamination, then Terra will decide whether it still requires us. Enkomi was silent for several breaths. And if it does not? Moloch turned his helm toward him. Then we will have our answer. No one aboard the Daedalus Crater heard the engines turn from within. They felt it in the bones. The great fortress monastery shifted its mass, wounded but unbowed. Tug thrusters fired along its flanks. Damaged batteries locked into new arcs. Corpse haulers dragged the last purge bodies toward furnaces. Tech priests screamed at reactors until the machine spirits obeyed. Navigators were chained into their thrones. The remaining astropathic components were sedated, wired and warned that failure would be punished by survival long enough to be useful. The Daedalus Crater turned toward Terra. Behind it, the wreck of the bountiful decay drifted in pieces. For a time, it seemed dead. Then, its largest remaining carcass split open along a seam of green fire. From within came a cloud of flies so vast it darkened the stars behind it. They rose from the broken plague hulk in a single shape, swarming, folding, gathering into an omen written across the void. A horned bull. It hung there behind the departing fortress, formed from rot and wings and patient laughter, until the Minotaur's guns erased it in flame. By then, the image had already been seen. The first translation after the wound was worse than battle. Battle had shape. Battle had vectors, ranges, ammunition states, kill corridors, enemy mass and expenditure. Battle could be judged by auspex and answered with guns. The warp after the Great Rift gave no such courtesy. It did not open before the Daedalus Crater as a road, but as a torn throat lined with colors that should not have belonged to sight. The navigators screamed before the fortress monastery crossed the threshold. Their screams traveled through brass pipes and sealed vox channels, down the spinal decks and through the armories, into the medici vaults, where apothecary Ithro stood over gene samples that could no longer be trusted. The ship entered the immaterium beneath quarantine law. Every internal shrine was locked, every mortal transit chapel sealed. Armsmen stood in ranks behind bulkheads with their weapons aimed not outward, but across their own corridors. The Minotaurs had not become refugees. They had become a moving suspicion clad in bronze, a fortress carrying its own accusation toward Terra. No allied vessel was permitted to dock. No shuttle was permitted to approach within boarding range. No mortal transport was permitted to ask for shelter twice. The first request was denied. The second was answered by target lock. Astropathic messages reached them as shredded agonies. Some arrived from worlds that had not existed on any chart before the rift.
Some came marked with dates that had already passed or had not yet arrived. Some were only voices screaming the names of Minotaurs who were not dead until several hours later. One choir fragment repeated a single line for an entire watch cycle, asking why the bronze bulls had brought flies to the throne. Another transmission appeared to carry the voice of an imperial admiral demanding quarantine compliance, but the admiral's ship had been confirmed destroyed before the message was sent. The corpse of time dragged its fingers across every vox relay. In the Strategium, Asterion Moloch stood before a hololith that refused to remain stable. The route to Terra writhed and reformed in broken loops of red, gold, and black. Warp lanes opened, collapsed, doubled back, or led into regions where old Navy records marked only pilgrimage routes and newer augurs marked mass death. Every translation risked demonic intrusion. Every delay risked deeper biological uncertainty. Every movement closer to the throne world increased the chance that some external authority would decide the Minotaurs were no longer a weapon, but a plague-bearing liability. Ivanus Encomi watched the route with his skull helm tilted slightly upward. "The warp has become a courtroom," the Reclusiarch said. "Every path is testimony, every scream an accusation." Moloch did not look at him. "It will render no verdict we are bound to respect. The throne may. The throne gave us purpose, and purpose can be recalled." Moloch's hand rested upon the black spear. "Then recall will come." Armed. No one in the Strategium mistook that for rebellion. It was simply assessment. The Death Guard did not pursue as lesser enemies would have pursued. There was no single grand fleet burning behind them, no furious chase, no honorable line of battle. That would have been too clean. Instead, Mortarion's chosen sons seeded the way. The first refueling station was found drifting dead beside a dim red star. Its tanks were full, its lights still active, its docking beacons offering Mechanicus authentication codes that had not expired. The Minotaurs destroyed it from range after Auspec's spirits detected movement inside the Prometheum reservoirs. The station broke apart under lance fire, and what spilled from the tanks was not fuel, but billions of white grubs floating in black fluid. They froze in the void, then cracked open into clouds of plague flies that battered themselves against the fortress monastery's shields, until the void around the ship became a storm of wings. The second obstacle was a distress call from a pilgrim flotilla trapped in a debris field. The signal carried the seal of an ecclesiarchy arch-confessor and begged for aid in the Emperor's name. Moloch ordered one escort destroyer to approach, unmanned by living crew and controlled through servitor link. The flotilla detonated when the destroyer entered the field. Plague mines hidden inside reliquary barges bloomed in spheres of diseased fire, turning the wrecks into fragments of infected metal. The servitor destroyer died without cost to the chapter. The pilgrim flotilla had been corpses for weeks. The third obstacle spoke through a navigator chained in the Daedalus crater's own sanctum. The man had been screened, sanctified, and bled before each translation. He began whispering of a safer route, while his third eye remained sealed beneath silver and skin. He promised calm tides, shorter passage, a clear current beneath the Emperor's light. When the navigator finished describing the route, the astropathic support engines translated the coordinates and rendered them upon the hololith. They led into a region marked by old inquisitorial censure as a demon gyre. Moloch ordered the navigator examined. Ithro opened the man's skull himself. Inside, nested around the psychic organ, were 7 tiny bells grown from bone. The navigator was burned. His ashes were loaded into a shell and fired into the warp during the next translation. No prayer accompanied him. By the time Gathalamor's reach appeared on the augurs, the Minotaurs had already destroyed 2 false sanctuaries, purged 3 internal deck flare-ups, and executed 1,000 mortal crewmen whose dreams had begun to include flies. The Void Station complex hung above a polluted gas giant, like a crown made from industry and desperation. Gathalamor's reach
transfer hub, fuel exchange, factorum ring, and astropathic relay bound into a single orbital sprawl. Now it was a city in vacuum, its docking arms crowded with refugee hulks, labor barges, shrine transports, corpse haulers, and broken navy cutters. Billions of souls were trapped inside its failing life support webs. Pilgrims slept in stairwells and fuel shrines. Factorum workers barricaded themselves inside machine chapels. Refugee bodies filled transit tubes shoulder to shoulder until the dead could not fall down. Lower decks had gone dark. Upper decks still broadcast pleas, orders, sermons, and lies. The Minotaurs needed what the station held: promethium reserves, astropathic relays, gene screening reagents stored in a Mechanicus Medici stack, replacement oxygen catalysts, dockside machine labor. Nothing else mattered. They did not come as liberators. They came as owners of need. The station commander appeared over Vox in a haze of static, his uniform collar unfastened, his face hollow from too many days without sleep. Unidentified Astartes fleet, by the authority vested in Gathalamor's reach under segmentum emergency provisions, I request immediate confirmation of relief status. Moloch's reply was transmitted across every dockside channel. This is Asterion Moloch of the Minotaurs. Your station is under requisition. The commander swallowed. His eyes flicked to someone beyond the picked capture. My lord, we have billions aboard. Plague reports from the lower levels are unverified. Life support is failing. We require evacuation corridors, medical aid, and armed reinforcement too.
Separate the infected from the faithful. You will provide promethium reserves, astropathic access, and Mechanicus stores. My lord, with respect, without relief, the station will collapse into civil slaughter. It has already done so. The commander's voice tightened. Then, in the Emperor's name, help us save what can be saved. Moloch ended the channel. The assault began before the station realized negotiation had failed. Boarding rams struck the outer docks. Teleport flares ignited in cargo cathedrals. Storm talons screamed along the station's outer skin, blowing apart plague-marked gun nests and corrupted defense turrets. Minotaur boarding shields locked together beneath torrents of autogun fire as squads pushed through Dock Nineveh, though no one aboard the Didelos Crater called it by that designation once the first plague icons were sighted. It became Breach Point Iron. Sentiment was removed from the map. The first corridor beyond the dock was a human sewer. Pilgrims, workers, deserters, shrine mendicants, armed gangs and plague cultists had packed it beyond reason. Some still held imperial icons. Some had carved circles into their cheeks. Some had bells beneath their tongues. Many no longer knew which prayers belonged to the Emperor and which to the thing waiting below. They surged against the Minotaur shield wall in a single wet mass, shouting, begging, firing pistols, swinging tools, lifting children and corpses alike toward bronze giants who had not come to sort the guilty from the desperate. Autoguns hammered against the boarding shields. Lasfire flashed. Improvised explosives burst among the front ranks. The Minotaurs absorbed the impacts and advanced. "Clear," voxed the lead sergeant. Bolters fired through the shield ports. The first rank of humans vanished into meat fog. Mass reactive shells detonated inside torsos and skulls, blowing men apart with such force that those pressed behind them were knocked backward, painted in blood and organ fragments. A cultist, with a plague icon nailed to his sternum, burst at the chest and sprayed black fluid across a line of pilgrims who had been trying to kneel. The next volley killed them too. The Minotaurs did not adjust their aim for innocence. The corridor contained obstruction and infection. Both were removed. Flamers opened. The passage became a furnace. Promethium rolled along the ceiling and floor, catching robes, hair, banners, prayer papers, and skin. Screams filled the Vox until squad filters reduced them to background noise. Bodies slammed against the shield wall while burning. Some tried to crawl beneath it. Ceramite boots came down, crushing hands, skulls, and ribs. Behind the shields, Sternguard veterans fired specialist rounds into knots of tougher plague devotees whose bodies had swollen past mortal limits. Hellfire toxins burned from within. Vengeance rounds tore through stolen armor. Dragonfire shells burst in cover where cultists had hidden behind heaps of dead. Brother Hecaton advanced through a barricade made from corpses and cargo pallets. The dreadnought's damaged sarcophagus had been patched, not healed. Bronze plates covered the breach in his ancient body, but warning runes still pulsed along his chassis. His assault cannon turned a mob of plague cultists into red mist before they could bring a heavy stubber to bear. A corrupted Ogrin wearing a fuel tanker's armor lumbered from a side gate. Hecaton struck it with his power fist and drove it backward through a shrine wall, then followed, crushing it beneath 3 blows until the creature's skull, spine, and tank casing were indistinguishable wreckage. Resistance remains dense, Hecaton voxed. Kordax strode beside the shield advance in Terminator plate. Then density will serve us. Continue. The Minotaurs pushed inward by measured brutality. Station security forces attempted to coordinate with them and were ignored unless useful. Those who held clear lines were permitted to live until the lines shifted. Those who blocked access routes were shoved aside or shot. Those showing plague signs were burned. A squad of station armsmen tried to wave civilians behind them and shouted that the lower decks needed evacuation. A Minotaur sergeant ordered them to clear the passage. They refused, perhaps bravely, perhaps because there were children behind them, perhaps because terror had made them stupid. The sergeant fired once. The armsman, Captain's chest opened across his men. The rest moved. Kordax reached the first atmospheric control shrine, while Ithro and his apothecary and retrieval teams moved toward the Medicae stacks under heavy guard. The station's lower levels were bleeding upward through ventilation shafts. Pox cults had opened the deep decks to Nurgle, breaking quarantine seals, sabotaging scrubber cathedrals, and packing the air ducts with corpses cut open to release spores. Life support was failing not from accident, but from worship. Every breath aboard the station was becoming communion. The station commander reappeared over a cracked local Vox channel, voice breaking. "My Lord Astartes, you are firing into civilian corridors. I have hab sections full of uninfected personnel. We can still isolate them. I need time." Kordax stood before the control shrine, reading atmospheric schematics. Red infection markers climbed through the lower quarter of the station toward the Prometheum reserves. "No, my lord, there are hundreds of thousands in those sections. Yes, they are not all cultists. They are all below the infection line. You cannot do this." Kordax reached out and closed his fist around the Vox unit mounted on the shrine console. The casing crumpled. Sparks spat through his fingers. The commander's voice distorted, then vanished. "Your dead now serve a cleaner purpose." He gave the order. Station sections opened to space. The lower decks screamed into vacuum. Hab chapels, refugee vaults, factorum dormitories, and pilgrim concourses blew outward through emergency vents and shattered viewing domes. Men, women, children, cultists, priests, workers, corpses, and half-changed plague things tumbled into the void together, their mouths open, their lungs rupturing, their blood freezing in clouds around them. Hundreds of thousands died in a single purge cycle. Some of the infected continued to twitch as they drifted away from the station. Minotaur point defense guns shredded the larger clusters before they could strike the hull. The infection line dropped. The Prometheum reserves became reachable. In the Medicae stacks, Ithro found the Death Guard's laughter waiting inside sealed cupboards. Mechanicus gene-screening reagents had been stored in cold vaults beneath Cogitator lock and priestly curse. The first vault opened clean. The second smelled faintly of sweetness. Ithro halted before crossing the threshold. His servo skulls swept the interior. Green runes appeared, then red, then green. The apothecary did not need more. "Sabotage," he said. A tech adept attached to the retrieval team leaned closer. Containers appear intact. They are meant to. Ithro shot the nearest reagent casket. It burst open, spilling clear fluid across the floor. For 3 heartbeats, it remained harmless. Then the fluid crawled uphill and arranged itself into a ring of 7 circles. The tech adept stepped back, Binharic prayer rasping from his grill. The Death Guard had been there before them, or had caused others to prepare the wound. Sterile needles had been dipped in plague distillate and resealed. Auspec's calibration wafers carried blight runes so small they appeared only when reflected in blood. Gene screening slates had been altered to display purity when exposed to corrupted tissue and alarm when exposed to clean stock. The enemy was not behind them. The enemy was ahead of them, inside the tools they needed, inside the tests they hoped would save them. 7 steps, Ithro whispered. A Minotaur beside him turned. Apothecary? They are always 7 steps ahead. He ordered the medici stacks stripped anyway. Every container was isolated, marked suspect, and loaded under armed watch. Some reagents might still be salvageable after purification. Some might kill the chapter faster. Need demanded risk. Risk demanded more killing. A strike team under Sergeant Orthan captured the plague preacher in the relay basilica. He had been nailed to the astropathic pulpit by his own followers, his abdomen opened and packed with vox cables, his tongue replaced by a brass bell clapper. Around him, cultists died in layers as the Minotaurs stormed the chamber. Boarding shields crushed the front ranks against pews. Bolter shells blew kneeling devotees across the walls. A flamer turned the choir loft into a screaming pyre. When the last cultist fell, the preacher remained alive, smiling with blood running down his chin. Orthan approached with his pistol raised. The preacher's eyes rolled toward him. "He wants you to arrive," the preacher said. Orthan paused. "Name." "The gardener of bronze rot, the patient saint of your future. Morbidius, Morbidius, Morbidius." Orthan shot him in one knee. "Speak usefully." The preacher laughed, and the bell in his mouth rang against his teeth. "You think the road is distance. It is not. It is preparation. Every purge, every vented deck, every world you strip, every servant you burn, every brother you doubt. The journey is the pattern. He has made you carry the question to terror." Orthan shot the other knee. The preacher sagged against the cables, still smiling. "You become more beautiful with every necessity." Orthan transmitted the words to command before putting a bolt through the preacher's stomach. The man did not stop laughing until the 3rd shot removed his head. When the relay was secured and the Prometheum transfer complete, Gathalamor's reach still lived in fragments. Upper Habs remained lit. Emergency signals still blinked from sealed pilgrim vaults. Factorum districts still begged for air and authority. The station commander, if he remained alive, no longer had a functioning command spine from which to protest. The Minotaurs had what they came for. They had fuel, relay access, partial medical stock, replacement air catalysts, and docking labor seized at gunpoint. Infection remained. Uncertainty remained. Billions of bodies remained too close to the chapter's path. Moloch stood on the strategium dais and looked upon the station through the oculus. "Scour it," he said. Lance batteries turned. From orbit, the Minotaurs watched Gathalamor's reach die. Fire moved around the station ring in disciplined arcs. Docking spires split. Habitat shells burst. Prometheum reservoirs that had not been emptied ignited in chained suns. The astropathic relay was destroyed last, after the Daedalus crater extracted the final scream of useful signal. Lights went out by districts, then by continents of steel, then in a single rolling darkness. 1 billion points of human life vanished beneath flame, vacuum, and collapsing metal. No prayer was spoken over them. No apology entered the record. The action was logged as containment. The war widened until it could no longer be measured by the wounds of a single ship. The Daedalus crater entered the Cestus corridor at the head of a quarantine formation, its bronze hull scarred, its gun decks half repaired, its sealed gene vault buried behind layers of execution protocol and silence. Around it limped the surviving Minotaur escorts, strike craft carriers, bonded supply vessels and gun cutters stripped from dead stations along the route. Behind them lay Gathalamor's Reach, reduced to cooling fragments and an entry in the chapter record. Ahead lay the outer road to Segmentum Solar, choked by refugees, plague hulks, astropathic blindness, and the desperate machinery of an Imperium bleeding through every seam. The Cestus Corridor had once been a lawful passage of void and warp, marked by relay shrines, refueling stations, navy anchorages, and Mechanicus watch nodes. After the Great Rift, it had become a wound filled with traffic. Pilgrim convoys crawled along its edges, with their shrines dark and their hulls overloaded. Merchant haulers drifted without escort, packed with famine worlds worth of bodies. Astra Militarum troopships formed iron herds around crippled transports, regimental banners still transmitting defiance, though their decks stank of fear, sweat, recycled urine and gun oil. Imperial Navy battle groups prowled between them, trying to impose order with lance batteries and threats of execution. Mechanicus quarantine fleets burned infected vessels at range and broadcast Binharic absolutions over the screams. Entire planetary populations were moving through that corridor in fragments, billions of mortal bodies fleeing wars behind them and carrying new wars in their lungs. The Death Guard had not blocked the path. They had cultivated it. Asteroid manufactoria floated in the outer belts like infected teeth, their machine altars turned toward Nurgle, their macro batteries wrapped in diseased cabling and human fat. From their launch cradles came plague torpedoes, slow and patient, each warhead sweating corpse fluid into the void. Plague-burst crawlers squatted upon
Moonlets and hollowed rocks, their mortar barrels angled toward shipping lanes, hurling shells that burst among convoy decks and filled them with choking blight. Bloat drones hunted between wrecks in buzzing packs, their bloated hulls glowing with furnace heat and fever light. Myphitic blight haulers crawled across the surfaces of captured stations, chewing through bulkheads and spitting missiles into any vessel that attempted rescue. Corrupted macro batteries fired from silent manufactoria stacks, each shell an iron coffin filled with rot. They did not need to destroy the Minotaurs. They only needed to slow them. Every delay gave the labyrinthine pox more time to make a mockery of purity. Every detour cost fuel, blood, munitions, and certainty. Every battle required warriors the chapter could no longer replace. Every hour brought the gene vault closer to becoming not a wound, but a verdict. In the Apothecarian, Daemon Ithro watched the verdict advance by increments too small for mortal dread and too vast for transhuman denial. Brother Macedon, contained but previously marked usable, now displayed delayed anomalies beneath cold assay. His blood remained clean under standard gene scrying, yet coagulated into sevenfold knots when exposed to incense from the reliquary. Brother Orthon, who had tested pure after the lower munition breach, suffered a false necrosis reading in his secondary progenoid, only when the Daedalus crater passed near a plague torpedo debris cloud. Brother Leontis, still young by the chapter's measure, showed no corruption at all until his armor was removed and placed within 12 paces of a sealed casket taken from Gathalamor's medici stacks. Then, every instrument in the chamber declared him dead. He stood alive beneath the Auspex halo, staring at Ithro with red-rimmed eyes. "Report," Leontis said. Ithro looked at the shifting slate. Delayed anomaly. "Am I condemned?" "Not yet. That is not clean." "No." The young battle brother nodded once. "Then I request assignment to a breach line. You request death with utility. I request removal from the future." Ithro's gauntlet tightened around the gene slate. "Denied. You remain under observation." Leontis bowed his head. "As ordered." The apothecary watched him return to containment and felt no comfort. Even obedience had become a symptom,
because the Minotaurs had always obeyed best when asked to become less than alive. In the Strategium, a new hololith formed above the command pit, showing the relief fleet gathered near the Cestus anchorage. 3 Imperial Navy cruisers, 9 escort squadrons, troop carriers bearing Astra Militarum regiments from half a dozen shattered war zones, Mechanicus quarantine vessels, pilgrim barges, fuel tenders, and supply arcs overcrowded with mortal refugees. Its commander, Admiral Castor Venn, had formed a defensive cordon to shepherd the living through the corridor. His ships were scarred, undercrewed, and proud. Their Vox traffic still used the language of imperial duty, as if duty could armor a hull against plague. Moloch listened to the admiral object. "My lord Astartes, the relief fleet is under Navy command by writ of Segmentum Emergency Authority. I cannot yield operational control to a chapter fleet under active quarantine. I have civilians, guardsmen, Mechanicus assets and warships answering to me. Your demands place the entire formation at risk." Ivanus Encomi stood beside the command dais, skull helm reflecting the hololithic light. "Transmit the writ," Moloch said. The sealed terror writ unfolded across every command channel in the relief fleet. It bore marks few mortals had ever seen, and fewer would dare dispute. Authority older than local command. Authority heavy enough to make admirals remember that rank was a temporary permission granted beneath the throne. Encomi read it aloud, his voice spreading from bridge to bridge, command deck to command deck, through vox horns and shrine speakers, and the helmet feeds of officers already reaching for excuses. By sealed authority of terror, by censure mandate, and war prerogative granted to the chapter known as the Minotaurs, compliance is demanded. Obstruction is dereliction. Refusal is rebellion. Delay is treason measured in deaths yet to occur. Admiral Venn's jaw tightened on the pict feed. "This is madness. You cannot simply take command of a fleet inactive." Evacuation. Moloch looked at the tactical officer below him. "Target their command decks." Across the void, Minotaur guns turned upon Allied bridges. The Admiral watched the targeting runes appear. So did every captain beneath him. On one Navy cruiser, bridge officers began praying. On another, armsmen moved toward blast shutters and were ordered back by their own Lord Captain. In the Mechanicus quarantine vessels, Magi calculated the probability of survival under defiance and reached the same answer as faith. Obedience followed. The relief fleet bent around the Daedalus crater like iron filings around a blade. Then the Cestus corridor erupted. The Death Guard opened fire from the asteroid Manufactoria as the fleet entered the narrowing passage. Corrupted macro shells came first, arcing through the dark on diseased contrails. The lead Navy escort took a direct strike amidships. Its void shields blossomed green, collapsed inward, and the shell detonated inside the crew districts. 1 million voidsmen died in less than a minute, most without knowing whether the light that took them was enemy fire or reactor breach. The ship split across its spine, spilling men, gun decks, mess halls, ammunition vaults, and chapel fragments into the void. Lance strikes answered from Imperial cruisers and Minotaur batteries, carving open asteroid guns and exposing Manufactoria chambers packed with infected Skitari, cult laborers, and rusted loading engines. Torpedoes crossed in both directions. Some died against shields, some penetrated, some opened into boarding claws that latched onto cruisers and disgorged poxwalkers directly into gun decks, where exhausted voidsmen fought with shotguns, cutlasses, and fire axes. Men died in their thousands under creatures that had once been men. Whole command sections sealed themselves behind blast doors and suffocated rather than risk contamination. Other decks chose wrongly and opened corridors to things that came laughing. Millions died without ever seeing the warriors who decided the shape of their deaths. The Astra Militarum troop carriers tried to maintain formation. Regiments stood ready in embarkation holds, laser guns locked, bayonets fixed, commissars shouting over the thunder of impacts. Some never deployed. Their ships took plague torpedoes and became charnel houses. Others launched boarding counter-assaults onto infected fuel barges, only to find the decks carpeted in corpse mold and crawling hands. Guardsmen fought, bled, burned and died beneath the shadow of Astartes' decisions, their courage immense and irrelevant. Moloch watched the battle and chose the next wound. A forge moon hung at the corridor's inner turn, once named Cestus Minor, now marked by plague icons and noospheric rot. Its manufactoria stacks still burned. Its plasma coil reserves remained intact beneath contaminated defense grids. The Daedalus crater needed those coils. Without them, 2 of its primary lance batteries would fail before Terra. Without the lance batteries, the next ambush might hold them long enough for the chapter's biological clock to run out. "Strike force," Moloch said. Kordax answered at once. Myrmidon spear ready. "I lead." No one challenged him. They descended upon the forge moon in drop pods, teleport flares and stormcraft, punching through polluted atmosphere and flak storms. The surface rose beneath them in a nightmare of manufactorum hell. Towers belched black smoke into a yellow sky. Conveyor rivers carried body parts and machine components together toward furnaces that had forgotten the difference. Machine altars dripped oil mixed with bile. Servo arms prayed in broken motions. Vox stacks chanted corrupted Binharik in praise of rust, fecundity, and failure. The Skitari were still there. Some crawled on broken augmetics, their legs missing, their torsos dragged by sparking mechadendrites. Others marched in jerking lines, galvanic rifles fused to their hands, lenses glowing green beneath hoods stiff with dried fluids. Their machine discipline had become plague repetition. They fired as they advanced, not in clean Mechanicus volleys, but in shuddering spasms, timed to the coughs of diseased data engines. When the Minotaurs hit them, the Skitari did not retreat. They crawled forward, even when bisected. They chanted Binharik corruption through Vox grills clogged with rust and throat meat. Moloch led through the first manufactorum gate, the black spear cut. Corrupted machines and plague thralls alike. Terminators followed with shields raised, hammers crushing Skitari phalanxes into sparks and blood. Sternguard burned out control shrines. Tech Marines screamed counter-litanies at machine spirits too diseased to answer. The air was dense with metal dust, promethium heat, cooked flesh, and the wet stink of Nurgle's industry. Above them, plague torpedoes launched from the moon toward the void battle, while Minotaur strikecraft strafed the silos and died under infected flak. Brother Hecaton walked at the center of the spearhead. His Contemptor body had been patched after Gathalamor, and scarred again during the corridor approach. Warning runes crawled across his sarcophagus plate. His ancient voice remained steady. Primary gate ahead. Enemy mass beyond. Plague engines. Multiple. Kordax looked through the smoke. "Can you breach?" Hecaton's assault cannon spun. "Question unnecessary." The gate stood taller than a titan's knee, a slab of machine steel and diseased bronze, sealed by chain sigils and guarded by plague engines. Plague-burst crawlers rumbled before it, their mortar barrels lowering. Blight haulers scuttled around their flanks, vomiting missiles and multi-melter fire. Bloat drones buzzed overhead, dropping filth bombs that burst among the Minotaur advance and painted shields with acidic rot. The first shell landed among the Terminators and threw 3 warriors from their feet. One rose. One did not. One dragged himself upright with half his lower body gone, then fired until a second shell ended him. Hecaton advanced. "Coordinates," he voxed. Kordax marked targets. "Gate hinge, left crawler, right hauler pack." "Confirmed." The dreadnought fired as he walked. His assault cannon chewed through the left crawler's diseased armor until its ammunition stores detonated and lifted the engine from the ground in a blossom of fire and pus. His power fist crushed the first blight hauler that lunged at him, cracking its demon engine skull and ripping out cabling that screamed like nerves. Another hauler struck him from the side, multi-melter burning into his chassis. A drone rammed him from above. Plague claws found the old wound in his sarcophagus. This time, they opened it fully. The front of Hecaton's sarcophagus split. The ancient body within was exposed to the Forge Moon's filth, organs and nerve bundles lit by warning lumen, suspended in fluids now boiling away. Green fire licked inward. His reactor spiked. The tech marine attached to his chassis screamed over the vox. "Brother Hecaton, reactor instability. Withdraw. Withdraw by command of preservation." Hecaton laughed. It began as static, then became Binharic war cant, ancient and brutal, a machine hymn older than many of the chapter's mortal bloodlines. He slammed his power fist into the manufactorum floor and locked his chassis in place. Negative. Coordinates remain. Moloch understood before the tech marine did. "All squads clear the gate." Kordax dragged a wounded Terminator backward. Myrmidon spear, disengage. The plague engine swarmed Hecaton. A crawler shell struck his shoulder and blew the armor apart. A blight hauler clamped onto his leg and tore through pistons. A drone emptied its plague sprayers into his open sarcophagus. Hecaton kept chanting. His reactor rose from warning to terminal. The exposed remnants of the warrior inside glowed white. "By iron," Hecaton voxed. "By bronze, by the throne. Gate opens." He overloaded. The contemptor became a sun. White fire tore through the manufactorum approach, hotter than promethium, cleaner than rage. The plague engines vanished inside it. The gate buckled inward as the explosion punched through hinges, bars, wards, and corrupted machine locks. The shockwave threw Minotaurs from their feet and reduced infected Skitari to drifting ash and molten augmetics. The Forge Moon shook. For a heartbeat, the filth in the air burned away, and the sky above the gate was clear enough to show the void battle raging beyond. When the light faded, Brother Hecaton was gone. Only a crater remained, glowing at the edges, filled with fragments too small for reverence. Moloch rose from one knee and walked through the gate. Within the Forge Moon's heart, among plasma coil shrines and rivers of infected coolant, Lord Septivex Morbidius waited. He stood across the chamber beneath a hanging crown of bells, swollen in cataphracti plate, plague cleaver resting against one shoulder, censuring flail dripping fever smoke. Around him, mist curled from floor grates and dead machine altars. He was close enough for Moloch to see flies crawling across his lenses, close enough for Kordax to raise his weapon, close enough for every Minotaur in the chamber to feel the shape of the duel that should have come. Morbidius did not offer it. He looked at Moloch with something like fondness. "You are almost ripe." Moloch moved. The Death Guard warlord stepped backward into plague mist that thickened like a closing fist. Bolt of fire tore through it. The black spear cut the vapor. Kordax charged and struck only air, his hammer smashing a machine altar into fragments. The mist collapsed into a rain of black droplets. Morbidius was gone. No corpse, no trail, no satisfaction, only laughter in the coolant drains. The Minotaurs took the plasma coils. They burned the manufactorum heart. They left the Forge Moon crippled behind them and returned to a fleet that had lost ships, crews, escorts, ammunition, faith, and time. The Cestus corridor burned from one end to the other. Refugee convoys drifted broken. Navy vessels limped in forced obedience. Mechanicus quarantine ships scoured infected wrecks with rad fire. Astra Militarum transports bled soldiers into emergency void graves. The Minotaurs recorded what they required and ignored the rest. By the time they reached the outer approaches to Segmentum Solar, the fleet was battered, understrength and feared by every ally that still traveled near it. Survivors hated them from behind locked vox channels. Admirals obeyed them with guns against their own command decks. Mechanicus priests transmitted prayers with censure codes hidden beneath them. Mortal captains crossed themselves when the Daedalus crater passed, as though bronze could carry infection the eye could not see. Perhaps it could. The fortress monastery moved on, scarred and silent, bearing purified spoils, dead heroes, exhausted warriors, and the sealed gene vault deep within its heart. It carried the corrupted future like a corpse chained to its own spine. Terror did not rise before them like salvation. It filled the void like a verdict. The throne world was impossible to comprehend in a single glance, even for transhuman minds trained to measure battlefields by continent, orbit, and extinction yield. It was not a world so much as the corpse of one, armored over by ages of stone, steel, shrine, weaponry, and human desperation. Its oceans were gone beneath industry and ash. Its mountains had been hollowed into vaults, palaces, bastions, and tombs. Its skies were a layered bruise of atmospheric shields, orbital plates, defense webs, pilgrim traffic, gun platforms, void docks, sensor shrines, and the exhaust of 1 billion engines. Around it hung more ships than many systems knew existed, navy battle groups in disciplined crowns, pilgrim barges in supplicant swarms, mechanicus vessels trailing noospheric incense, inquisitorial cutters with sealed transponders, merchant hulks awaiting permission to die closer to holiness, and kill satellites that turned with the attention of sleepless executioners. Beyond the visible fleets waited the deeper authorities, the palace, the Senatorum Imperialis, the Adeptus Custodes, the gene vaults, the sealed archives, the high lords whose words could erase chapters without touching a blade, the Mechanicus scrutiny engines older than empires, the Administratum's endless hunger for proof, form, counterform, seal, counter-seal, and blood authorization stamped by men who would never see a battlefield except as numbers on parchment. The Daedalus Crater entered Terra's outer jurisdiction under full war posture. Its shields remained raised, its guns remained awake, its launch bays remained hot. Minotaur escorts spread around it in formation, battered and smoke-scarred, every vessel bearing wounds from the Cestus corridor, every surviving crewman aware that one wrong signal might bring the guns of Saul upon them. The fortress monastery transmitted no plea, no apology, no hymn of arrival. Its message was simple. The Minotaurs required access to purified gene seed reserves. The response came layered in suspicion. First came Navy Command, demanding reduced posture, shield abatement, surrender of quarantine logs, and station-keeping obedience. Then came Mechanicus Quarantine Authority, requesting samples, machine access, biological submission, and permission to board. Then came a sealed vox from an orbital fortress whose name was not given, stating that any confirmed corruption within the chapter fleet would result in immediate containment by destructive force. Then came silence, which was worse than threat, because silence meant higher eyes were open. Moloch received the transmissions standing upon the strategium dais, helm sealed, spear in hand. A mortal command thrall read the final message and trembled so hard the parchment reel shook in his augmetic fingers. "Repeat the destruction clause," Moloch said. The thrall swallowed blood from bitten lips. "If biological, empiric, or doctrinal contamination is verified beyond acceptable threshold, the formation known as the Minotaurs shall submit to total quarantine action, up to and including void destruction, gene stock seizure, and erasure of compromised assets. Acceptable threshold defined? No, Lord." Ivanus Encomi gave a low sound from beneath his skull helm. "They hold the noose and conceal the length." Damon Ithro stood below the dais, with sample caskets locked to his belt by chains and purity wards. His white armor had been scrubbed, burned, sanctified, and repainted in places, yet no cleansing had restored the impression of purity. He carried too much knowledge now. It clung harder than filth. "They will not grant access without proof," Ithro said. "They will not accept proof, because our instruments are compromised. They will not board, because they fear us. They will not destroy us until they know whether we remain useful." Moloch looked toward terror on the oculus. "Then usefulness will be provided." It came before the next watch cycle. Chaos had flowered in Terra's orbital underworlds, not upon the golden heights, not at the bright bastions whose guns stared outward like the eyes of gods, but beneath them, in the decks, stacks, tunnels and shrine guts, where billions of mortals moved, labored, starved and prayed under the shadow of the throne. Plague cells erupted across pilgrim slums, corpse processing shrines, void elevator anchor stations, and supply platforms crowded with desperate bodies. Hab levels sealed for minor fever broke open in mass hysteria. Corpse carts overturned, and the dead stood up. Priests rang bells they did not remember receiving. Men with black tongues opened air filtration altars and poured themselves into the ducts. The timing was too precise to be accident. Morbidius had seeded the wound ahead of them, or taught Terra's existing rot when to breathe. Now the Minotaurs had arrived bearing suspicion, and plague cells had awakened beneath their shadow. To frightened officials, the pattern would be clear. Bronze had come, and sickness had followed. An Imperial official appeared before Encomi through a hardline pick channel from an orbital adjudication chamber. His face was narrow, augmetic in one eye, powdered with exhaustion and authority. Behind him, scribes and armed household troops moved in frantic lines. Reclusiarch Ivanus Encomi, the official said, voice taut. Your chapter's arrival coincides with plague manifestation across multiple orbital habitats. Until contamination origin is established, your fleet remains under interdiction. You will not move armed forces without sanction. Encomi's skull helm filled the return feed. Sanction has already been given by necessity. You are under suspicion of bearing corruption to Terra. We bring obedience. Corruption was here waiting for weakness. The official's mouth tightened. You will not speak to me as though I am some dock prefect. No, a dock prefect might still be useful. The channel cut a heartbeat later, not by the official, but by Moloch. Deploy, said the chapter master. The Minotaurs entered Terra's orbital underworlds as exterminators. Their thunderhawks crossed between shrine towers and cargo skeletons beneath the gaze of kill satellites and suspicious allied guns. They descended into zones where no clean light reached, where the underside of Terra's splendor revealed itself as rot held together by prayer, iron, and fear. Pilgrim stacks rose like vertical tomb cities, their walls covered in devotional parchments, their corridors packed with generations of men born in queues they would never leave. Corpse processing shrines ground the dead into sanctioned utility beneath stained aquilae. Void elevator anchors plunged through kilometers of habitation, their cable housings surrounded by shanty chapels, black markets, ration pits, and disease wards. Hab levels held millions in darkness, each deck a crush of bodies, candles, hunger, incense, and damp breath. Plague had entered that density, like a blade into a swollen gut. The first Minotaur squad landed in Pilgrim Stack Helion Tertius, where the lower 700 levels had stopped answering. The upper levels still begged for deliverance through vox grills clogged with hair and blood. Moloch's order was not deliverance, it was clearance. Boarding shields locked together at the mouth of a transit nave. The doors opened onto darkness, lit by emergency lumen strips and burning shrines. Thousands of mortals pressed against one another down the length of the passage, some healthy, some fever bright, some already split and smiling. At the far end, plague cultists had hung a priest upside down from an aquila and filled his open body with bells. The bells rang whenever he twitched. A Minotaur sergeant raised 2 fingers. Flamers ignited. The transit nave became a screaming furnace. Promethium rolled over the packed humanity in a single wave. Robes flashed to ash. Hair vanished. Skin blackened, split and peeled. Men climbed over one another to escape, crushing the weak beneath them, pushing the burning into the unburned. Plague cultists surged through the fire with arms wide, laughing as their flesh sloughed away. Bolters met them. Shells detonated inside torsos, turning them into bursts of wet meat. black pus and bone fragments that spattered the walls beneath the imperial Aquila. The Minotaurs advanced before the flames had finished consuming the floor. Where time allowed, the infected were separated from the merely terrified. Time rarely allowed. At Corpse Shrine Vordos, plague mobs had seized the rendering belts and fed live workers into the grinders while chanting praises through masks made from their supervisors' faces. When the Minotaurs breached the shrine, they found conveyor rivers clogged with bodies, half processed and still moving. A cult leader stood atop a heap of limbs with a rusted chain blade, sermonizing beneath a stained Aquila. He cried out that the Emperor was a corpse, and that all corpses belonged to the Grandfather. Brother Leontis reached him first. The young Minotaur was still under observation, still marked with delayed anomaly seals upon his armor, still carrying the shame of uncertainty. He moved with the cold fury of a warrior, trying to become useful faster than he became suspect. His chainsword met the cult leader's blade and broke it. His second stroke opened the man from hip to shoulder. The cult leader fell in two pieces across the altar steps, organs sliding free in steaming ropes. Leontis planted a boot on his skull and crushed it beneath the Aquila. Offering rendered, he voxed. No one answered with praise. In the void elevator anchor known as Pillar St. Drusus, the Minotaurs fought through levels where infection had turned elevator pilgrims into packed walls of flesh. Bodies had fused under plague heat, hands grown into bulkheads, mouths opening and closing across shared skin. Men begged from within the mass, their eyes still human above bodies that no longer belonged to them. A mortal relief officer attached to the orbital authorities protested when Kordax ordered melter charges set along the support galleries. "There are survivors inside," the officer shouted through his rebreather. "They are conscious. They are begging." Kordax looked at the wall of flesh. Hands clawed toward him. Some made the sign of the Aquila. Some formed circles. Some did both. "Consciousness is not purity," he said. The melter charges fired. The wall became steam, fat vapor and falling bone. The support gallery behind it collapsed onto the lower infection decks, burying thousands. The elevator anchor shuddered but held. Kordax marked the level cleansed and moved upward. Across the orbital underworlds, the Minotaurs became the answer Terra had not wanted to request. They did not comfort. They did not rescue unless rescue served corridor stability, intelligence recovery, or access to strategic points. They did not ask names. They did not pause before devotional pleas. They burned hab blocks where plague ratios exceeded tolerance. They pulped mobs beneath bolter fire. They used chain blades in spaces too crowded for clean shooting, hacking men apart so close that blood steamed across their helm lenses. Cult leaders were dragged beneath aquilae and cut into offerings of red proof. Poxwalkers were driven into airlocks and vented. Entire prayer decks were sealed and flooded with nerve fire after one bell tone was detected in the ventilation. To the men watching from above, it was atrocity. To the Minotaurs, it was obedience. Moloch fought in the Anchor Basilica of Chiron, a fortress shrine built around the docking spine that connected 3 supply platforms to an orbital plate. Plague cells had overrun the lower basilica and were forcing their way toward munition conveyors bound for the inner defense web. If those conveyors fell, suspicion would become catastrophe. The chapter master entered with his honor guard through the shattered nave doors, walking beneath statues of imperial saints whose faces had been defaced with rot sigils. Poxwalkers filled the nave in thousands. Behind them came plague cultists in stolen work armor, corrupted dock servitors, and a handful of Death Guard remnants who had hidden beneath Terra's own skin. Moloch advanced. He made no speeches. He spared no breath. The black spear opened bodies with each thrust, cutting through mortal flesh, plague armor, and machine housing alike. His shield broke mobs apart. His honor guard formed a moving wall around him, hammers and bolters rising and falling in perfect cadence. Mortal defenders trapped behind the plague line cheered when they saw the bronze giants. Their cheers ended when the Minotaurs fired through them to reach the infected mass beyond. The defenders died with the enemy. The conveyor spine remained intact. At the Mechanicus Gene Sanctum, Ithro finally reached the place that might judge what the Minotaurs could no longer judge for themselves. The sanctum lay within a sealed orbital citadel, attached to a greater gene archive by armored umbilicals and guarded by Skitarii cohorts, whose rifles tracked him every step. Its doors opened only after 3 blood seals, Moloch's command writ, Enkomi's confirmation, and a remote authority that came from so high above that even the Magi present lowered their heads when the rune appeared. Inside, the air was colder than the Minotaur's own vault. The chamber smelled of ozone, sacred unguents, sterile metal, and old fear. Magi biologists waited in a crescent of red robes, brass masks, and clicking limbs. Their flesh had been replaced to better preserve the flesh of others. Above them hung gene reliquaries in stasis light, each one shielded by purity engines whose machine spirits had never breathed the same air as the Daedalus crater. Ithro placed the sample caskets upon the altar. "Original chapter stock," said the foremost Magos biologist, voice layered through 3 mechanical throats, compromised by unknown contagion pattern. "Known to us as the labyrinthine pox," Ithro said. "It corrupts proof, not merely tissue. Assertion accepted pending confirmation. You will confirm it." Confidence noted. The tests began. They did not rely on the Minotaur's instruments. They used Terra's engines, sanctified gene mirrors, relic cogitators, null-sealed assay chambers, gene helix choirs, and machine spirits that spoke in Binharic dialects older than the chapter itself. Samples were divided, burned, reflected, frozen, awakened, and compared against protected reserves. Every result took too long. Every chime struck Ithro like a bolter impact behind the ribs. At last, the Magos biologist turned all 3 faces toward him. "Original stock beyond local redemption. Purity cannot be restored without unacceptable uncertainty. Continued implantation from compromised material risks, chapter-level degeneration, occult infection, or delayed heretic biological expression." Ithro had known. Knowing did not dull hearing it. "Survival path," he said. "Purified reserve access, controlled reconstitution, isolation of corrupted stock, destruction of suspect material, long-term monitoring across all living battle brothers. Estimated chapter continuity possible if action begins immediately. Possible. Certain language unavailable. Speak plainly, Magos." The machine priest's lenses clicked. "Without purified reserves, your chapter wastes away." The sanctum alarms began before Ithro could answer. They were not Minotaur alarms. They were Mechanicus, high, layered and wrathful. Red lumen strips ignited across the gene chamber. Blast doors slammed down. Skitarii cohorts snapped into firing ranks. The altar fields flickered as external impacts shook the citadel. A vox feed burst open, filled with gunfire and screaming. Plague breach at lower sanctum arteries. Cult masses inside the quarantine levels. Death Guard contacts confirmed. Repeat, Death Guard contacts confirmed. They are not striking the chapter master. They are advancing toward the transfer right. Ithro turned toward the sealed gene reserves. Of course, Morbidius did not need to kill Moloch. He needed to foul the remedy. The final strike began below the sanctum and rose through it like pus squeezed from a wound. Plague cultists surged from corpse ducts and maintenance ossuaries, where they had hidden beneath layers of sanctioned filth. Some wore the robes of gene scribes. Some wore Mechanicus masks over faces already split with fly nests. Corrupted servitors turned upon their masters, surgical limbs stabbing, saws whining, injector arrays pumping disease into red-robed bodies. Death Guard remnants followed through the breach points, fewer than before, but enough. Plague Marines with rusted bolters, Blightspawn attendants dragging tanks of bubbling filth. a horned champion carrying a bell hammer made from a custodian-shaped statue's broken head. The Minotaurs redeployed with brutal speed. Moloch arrived before the second sanctum gate fell. He came wounded from the orbital underworld war, armor scored, one pauldron cracked, blood dark beneath the joints of his plate. The black spear burned in his hand. His honor guard had been reduced by the fighting below Terra's shadow, yet those who remained formed around him without a word. Kordax arrived with Myrmidon spear, shields scarred from the Cestus corridor, and hammers eager for decision. Enkomi came through another gate, Crozius raised, his skull helm blackened by habfire. Ithro stood behind them near the reserve altar, sample caskets chained shut, the Magi chanting emergency rites in metallic panic. The plague host entered the Gene Sanctum. Bolters opened, flamers roared, Skitarii volleys snapped bright through the smoke. The first wave of cultists disappeared into red mist and ash, but more came, crawling over the dead, chanting, laughing, choking on their own blood. Death Guard warriors advanced behind them with patient steps, firing through their followers as the Minotaurs fired through the infected masses. Sacred machinery shattered, gene mirrors cracked, servo skulls fell burning from the air. Amagos was split open by a plague cleaver and kept reciting transfer codes while his lower body dragged behind him on sparking cables. Moloch moved to the center of the chamber. Behind him lay the purified reserves. Before him came the plague host. He did not roar. He did not pray. He did not ask if the rite could continue. He stood with his cracked shield raised, spear lowered, and made himself the wall. The Death Guard line slowed. Flies thickened in the air. Smoke rolled between the broken pillars. Bells rang somewhere beyond sight, each toll nearer than the last. The cultists parted, kneeling as something vast came through the plague mist. Lord Septivex Morbidius emerged at last. His cataphractii plate wept black fluid onto the sanctum floor. His plague cleaver rested against one swollen shoulder. His censuring flail swung slowly in his other hand, each skull censer breathing fever smoke into Terra's sacred air. He looked past Moloch once, toward the reserve altar, toward the future he had failed to sour completely. Then he looked back to the chapter master. "Bronze Lord," Morbidius said, almost tenderly. "Now." Moloch's spear tip lowered by a finger's width. Morbidius spread his arms, flies pouring from the cracks in his armor. "Now I will give you the jewel you have carried all this way." The Gene Sanctum sealed itself from the rest of Terra, with the sound of a tomb accepting its dead. Adamantium gates thundered down behind the Minotaurs. Mechanicus lock runes burned across the walls in strips of red and white light. Kill servitors chained into alcoves stirred from their prayer stupor, their skulls rotating, their weapon arms unfolding in jerks of piston and tendon. Above them, purity engines screamed binary hymns through bronze vox grills, chanting Binharic, litanies in voices that had never known mercy. Stasis reliquaries glowed in ordered ranks beneath vaulted arches, each one cradling gene seed reserves older than the living warriors fighting to reach them. Incense swung from servo arms. Surgical lamps flickered. Cables hung from the ceiling, like the entrails of a god dissected and preserved. The chamber was half cathedral, half laboratory, half tomb. It was the kind of place the Imperium built when it wished to pretend that murder, science, and faith were different rites. Moloch stood at its center with his shield raised and the black spear burning in his fist. Behind him, the purified reserves lay under stasis glass, haloed by Mechanicus wards and machine devotion. Around him, the sanctum collapsed into war. Plague cultists hurled themselves into Minotaur fire, their bodies bursting beneath bolter detonations, their blood and organs painting the sacred floor in steaming arcs. Skitarii cohorts fired disciplined volleys through smoke and flies until plague rounds found them and opened their red robes to reveal meat, wire, and sparking augmetics. Kill servitors chanted as they fired, their heavy bolters stuttering with mechanical piety, every burst chewing infected bodies into mist and bone fragments. Morbidius came through the plague host like a saint walking through his congregation. His swollen cataphractii plate scraped the sanctum floor. Black fluid dripped from his joints. Flies crawled from the vents of his helm and vanished back into the cracks of his armor. His plague cleaver rested in one fist, its edge furred with green corrosion. His censuring flail swung in the other, skull sensors exhaling vapor that made purity wards blacken at the edges. He moved without haste, and the battle bent around him as if rot itself had gravity. "Bronze Lord," Morbidius said, his voice warm and wet over the vox. "You carried me all the way to Terra." Moloch did not answer. He advanced. Morbidius laughed softly. "Still no sermon, still no curse. You are a beautiful absence, Asterian Moloch, a hollow statue filled with orders." The black spear came for his throat. Morbidius turned the blow with the haft of his cleaver, too slow to match Moloch's speed, too durable to care. The spear carved a glowing line across his gorget and split one of the tubes feeding his chest. Black bile sprayed between them. Moloch stepped through it, shield first, smashing the rim into Morbidius's breastplate hard enough to buckle the swollen ceramite. The Death Guard warlord staggered one pace only. Then the censuring flail struck Moloch's left pauldron and burst across it in a cloud of fever smoke and impact force. Moloch's shield rose again. The next strike hit the shield and cracked the damaged field generator. Blue light spat across the sanctum. Morbidius leaned into the press, helm close enough that Moloch could see the flies moving behind the plague lenses. "You won every battle," Morbidius said. "You broke my hulk, burned my faithful, took my forge moon, reached Terra. Such victories, such clean little entries for your butcher slates." Moloch drove his knee into Morbidius's thigh joint. Armor split. Something wet tore inside. Morbidius chuckled through the damage. "And still you came afraid." The cleaver descended. Moloch angled his shield. The blade slid from the cracked surface and struck the floor, cutting deep into sanctified metal. Moloch slammed the butt of the black spear into Morbidius's helm, snapping his head back. A second strike broke one of the horns from the plague helm. A third drove the spear through a gap beneath the right pauldron, piercing deep into the swollen torso beneath. Morbidius grunted, then exhaled a cloud of flies through the wound. "You feared your own sons," the Death Guard Lord whispered. Moloch twisted the spear. Morbidius's arm spasmed. The cleaver fell from his grip and struck the floor with a wet clang. "You killed your aspirants in their cradles. You burned futures before they had names. You made your apothecaries into executioners of inheritance. You came before Terra as beggars under quarantine, carrying jars of doubt and calling it duty." Moloch ripped the spear free and struck him with the shield again. This time the Death Guard warlord's chest plate cracked open down the center. Black fluid poured out in a sheet. Beneath it, his body was not a body in any honest sense. It was a garden of diseased organs, swollen sacs, bells grown from bone, ropes of intestine and brass tubes pumping plague distillate through meat that should have died 10,000 times. The smell struck even through Minotaur helm filters, sweet and rotten and triumphant. Morbidius spread his arms as if receiving blessing. "We achieved victory before you ever saw my face." Moloch answered with action. The black spear punched through Morbidius's abdomen and came out the other side trailing black fire. Moloch drove forward, using the full weight of Terminator-strength brutality, forcing the Plague Lord backward step by step. Morbidius swung the flail again. Moloch caught one chain on the edge of his shield, tore it aside, and smashed the shield into the Death Guard warrior's faceplate. Once, twice. The third blow shattered the left lens and collapsed half the helm inward. Flies burst out in a black stream. Morbidius still laughed. Moloch broke his knee. The sound was enormous, a wet, armored crack that carried over the gunfire. Morbidius dropped lower, one leg ruined beneath him. Moloch struck the other knee with the spear haft, then stamped down with a bronze boot. The joint folded backward. The Death Guard warlord sagged, held upright only by his own impossible corruption and the spear through his body. Around them, the Sanctum War reached its final pitch. Encomi led the surviving Minotaurs into the plague host, with his Crozius raised. His sermon had ended. Words had become unnecessary. He crushed a cult leader's skull beneath the eagle-headed weapon, then drove forward through the spray. Cordax and Myrmidon's spear formed a wall of bronze and storm shields, their thunder hammers falling with executioner rhythm. Plague Marines died hard, laughing even as their helms caved inward. Cultists died more easily, but there were thousands of them, packed into aisles, crawling over shattered machines, throwing themselves beneath Astartes' boots to slow the advance by the thickness of their own crushed bodies. No mercy, no prisoners, no speeches, just disciplined massacre under terror's dead light. Ithro stood at the purification altar with the Magi biologists around him, though most of them were dead or dying. One had been opened from throat to pelvis and continued to recite transfer codes through a chest speaker while his organic mouth filled with blood. Another hung from his own mechadendrites, severed in half, feeding final instructions into the purity engines with trembling metal limbs. The purified reserves remained behind stasis glass, but the transfer rite was faltering. Plague vapor had entered the outer purification ring. Warning runes multiplied across the altar. Ithro saw the pattern before the machines did. Morbidius was not merely a warlord. He was the last vessel. The perfected labyrinthine pox lived inside him, not as blood alone, not as spore alone, but as a final proof, waiting to be released by death. His body had been brought into the sanctum because Moloch would inevitably destroy it. The duel was not honor, it was delivery. Ithro opened a command channel. Chapter Master, do not kill him within the open sanctum. Moloch had Morbidius pinned beneath the spear, shield pressing against the Plague Lord's broken helm. Morbidius's laughter became a bubbling cough. Too late, little healer. Ithro turned to the purge console. The Mechanicus engine resisted him with 100 warnings. Activation would flood the contaminated purification ring with fire, rad scour, chemical absolution, and vacuum shear. It would kill every living thing inside the chamber, not protected by sealed terminator plate or heavy war systems. It would destroy the plague-borne samples. It would also destroy every chance of studying the pox. No cure would be learned, no answer preserved, only denial through annihilation. He looked at the reserve caskets. The chapter's future glowed behind glass. Not cleanly. Nothing would ever be clean again. But possible. That would have to serve. Ithro locked the purification ring from within. Cordax saw the rune change. Apothecary. Ithro did not look back. Continue the transfer. You are inside the purge boundary. Yes. Exit. Denied. The word was calm. That made it final. A plague cultist lunged toward the console with a rusted blade. Ithro killed him with a reductor shot through the face. Another crawled across the floor with his lower. Body missing, dragging a grenade of infected glass. Ithro crushed the man's wrist beneath his boot, took the grenade, and threw it into a cluster of plague devotees before detonating it with a pistol round. The burst turned them inside out in a spray of black fluid and wet screams. Morbidius heard the purge engines awaken. For the first time, his laughter changed. Not fear. Something close to delight sharpened by regret. You would burn the lesson? He asked. Ithro's hands moved across the console. I would burn the teacher. Moloch drove the black spear deeper, pinning Morbidius to the cracked floor. The Death Guard warlord reached up with one ruined hand and touched Moloch's shield almost tenderly. You will never trust them again, he whispered. Every new sun will carry my shadow in your thoughts. Moloch leaned closer. His voice came at last, low and iron-hard. Then your shadow will learn obedience. He tore the black spear upward. Morbidius split. His body opened from abdomen to helm, black fluid, flies, bone bells and swollen organs spilling across the sanctum floor. The perfected pox bloomed from him in a visible wave, a grey-green crown expanding toward the reserve altar, toward the purity engines, toward the future. The machines screamed. The magi chanted. Kill servitors overloaded their vox throats with binharic prayers. Ithro completed the rite. The purge ring ignited. White fire swallowed him. It came from above, below, and within the floor itself, a storm of rad scour and chemical flame, pure enough to blind auto-senses and hot enough to turn exposed flesh to ash before the nerves could finish naming pain. Plague vapor burned into nothing. Samples cracked and vanished. Morbidius's released contagion shrieked across machine channels as the purification field tore it apart. Cultists inside the ring became silhouettes, then bone, then powder. Skitari collapsed in sparks and molten robes. The dying magi burned while still transmitting final stabilizing codes. Ithro remained at the console until his armor failed. His white plate blackened. Seals burst. Flesh beneath cooked and split. His hands stayed on the controls, even as the gauntlets fused to them. His helm lenses cracked inward from heat. The narthecium on his arm screamed corrupted warnings, declaring living tissue dead, dead tissue viable, corruption pure, purity suspect. Ithro crushed the device against the console edge and finished the sequence manually. The reserve caskets sealed. The purified stock survived. The apothecary burned with the last plague-borne samples, his body reduced to ash inside the ring, where he had chosen duty over knowledge and continuation over breath. When the fire died, silence did not follow. Encomi filled it with killing. The Reclusiarch drove the survivors forward through the broken plague host. His Crozius rose and fell, each blow pulping skulls, splitting helms, caving chests. Cordax's Terminators crushed the remaining Death Guard against collapsed purity engines. Moloch, blackened by purge light and plague filth, tore the remnants of Morbidius apart until there was no body left large enough to bear a name. Plague Marines died beneath thunderhammers and spear thrusts. Cultists were burned in piles. Blightspawn attendants were opened with chain fists and left spilling across the sanctum floor. The Minotaurs killed until nothing remained that moved without imperial command. Only then did the machines declare the sanctum secure. The purified reserves were removed under guards so severe that even the Mechanicus priests watched with unease. The Minotaurs did not celebrate. They did not speak Ithro's name aloud. His death was logged, his function transferred, his remains classified as sanctified ash pending contamination review. The corrupted original stock from the Daedalus crater was condemned. Casket after casket was destroyed beneath Mechanicus supervision, burned in sealed furnaces until the gene lines that had carried the chapter through centuries of war became smoke, powder, and absence. One sample remained, not by Moloch's order, not by Encomi's, not by any authority aboard the Daedalus crater. It was sealed within a null casket, under sigils belonging to powers higher than the chapter, higher than the watching magi, higher than the officials who had threatened the Minotaurs with destruction. No explanation was given, none was requested. The Imperium did. Not waste horror, if horror could be archived. The chapter survived, not untouched, never untouched. Its future would be rebuilt from Terra's sealed vaults, Mechanicus intervention, controlled reconstitution, and ruthless secrecy. Every living battle brother would be tested again and again until the end of his service. Every aspirant would be watched with a suspicion that began before implantation. Every apothecary after Ithro would inherit not only his tools, but his doubt. The Minotaurs would continue. They would kill in Terra's name. They would answer sealed writs. They would remain useful. That was as close to absolution as the Imperium allowed. Moloch recorded the campaign in the strategium of the Daedalus crater, while repair crews scraped plague residue from the hull and corpse servitors carried away the last of the dead. Enemy repelled, gene seed compromised, purified reserves restored, losses acceptable. The emotional cost was not entered. The dead were numbers. The shame was classified. Ithro's sacrifice became a line of function and outcome. Hecaton's death became a tactical success. The aspirants burned in their cradles became sanitation loss. Gathalamor's reach became containment. The billion lights extinguished behind them became necessity. The chapter's fear became protocol. Terror receded behind them at last. The Daedalus crater left the throne world under watchful guns, its bronze hull scarred, its sanctums hollowed, its gene vault half empty and rebuilt under colder rites. Its warriors stood fewer in number. Its mortal decks were quieter. Its armories smelled of fresh oil over old rot. Its chapels rang with encomi's censures and no hymns of triumph. The fortress monastery moved back into the dark, not healed, but permitted to continue. Asterion Moloch stood before the oculus as the stars opened ahead. No one asked what had been won. No one aboard that ship was foolish enough. The Death Guard had failed to kill the Minotaurs. They had taught them what their future could rot into.